Hey, Chaos Katsune, welcome back. Hey, Swim Sniper, welcome back as well. Badass cat with an LMG, yes sir. It's pretty, not just pretty, she's very useful for this game mode. Plan to pull the next unit for GFL2? Yes, absolutely. VSK is one of my favorite characters in the first game. Mainly because she has fat fucking titties. So yeah, absolutely. Not gonna roll for a weapon because apparently, strangely enough, her best in slot is actually technically Y2Ks. So actually, when I bought the $45 pack in this game the other day, I originally I was planning to pick up KSVK's or Dushiv Naya's signature, but then as soon as I found out, oh wait a minute, VSK's best in slot actually is Y2K's, assuming that, you know, signature weapons are only at R1 or W1 or whatever people call it. I was like, well shit, then I guess I won't bother rolling for her signature then. Just pick up another copy of Bittersweet Caramel from the $45 pack and be done with that, I suppose. Sorry, apologies for the sound cutting out. I am alt tab now. For some reason, I think I mentioned this before, but for some reason, GFL2 always mutes itself whenever I tab out of it. So. Okay, done with that. Yeah, I have reacts planned for the day. I do have one video, yeah. Given how long I take to react to videos, though, I think only one will be enough for today. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Who has fat titties? VSK. Yeah, Nikata, as she's called in this game. Today's drill reset. Yep. Previous one was a pain in the ass because you couldn't just brainlessly auto it. Really? It wasn't that hard. Like, that stage is basically a 416 stage. You just need to have 416 camp on the nearest platform overlooking all the enemy spawns. Just have her use her third skill over and over and over and over. Like, I don't know, man. That was one of the easiest Risk 18 expansion drills we've ever had, I think. At least for me. I can see it being a pain in the ass if you don't have 416, though, I suppose. Yeah. If you don't have 416, then yeah, I can see it being kind of a fucking pain in the ass, though. But if you do have 416, then yeah, she kind of trivializes the entire thing. Anyone use the Hoya Lab app? Is there an area to see info about agents other than their birthday? I would imagine there is, but unfortunately, I don't really use Hoya Lab that much either, so I couldn't tell you where to go to look for that. I only use Hoya Lab whenever there's like some sort of like web event going on that offers Primo Gems or something. Going for Hysolins later today? No, I've already mentioned that I'm going to skip Hysolins because I dumped all the gems I had for Saber and her light cones. So the smart thing to have done was to take it easy on the collab rolls and just save my gems for Hysolins first. But oh well. Just bought the pack today. Picked up a KSK dupe and Y2K signature for a VSK. Really? A KSVK dupe? Really? That's quite the choice there. Okay, I have to get these 2 mini games done because I haven't done these yet. I assume this is just like a dumb little mini game, rhythm game. Yeah. This mini game reminds me of an event back in GFL1. Which one was it again? I forget. I wonder if this reminds me of that one of the collab events we had. Oh yeah, with the Zombieland Saga, I think. Though to be fair, I think the mini games were nothing alike. But I guess in terms of gameplay, this reminds me of that one Simon Says event that we had in Zenless, I think it was. Hey King of Gacha, welcome back, man. Music's pretty good, though. Smart thing to do, but gacha players ain't that smart. True. True. Hence why I decide to blow my load all over Saber and her light cone. Keck W. Phrasing. But yes, totally there with you, area. And besides, what's a gacha game if you don't make bad decisions every now and then anyway? Are you truly playing gacha games if you don't at least spend half the time making terrible fucking decisions when it comes to gacha? To roll or not to roll. You need GFL2 advice? Should you get Watakata V1, W1, or Suomi? That's a good question. Oh, forgot to do that. Got distracted. That's a good question, actually. Ideally, you want to get both of them to V1. Yeah, I think you want to get both of them to V1. Now, who you should prioritize? That's a hard question. I would personally say Wa2K, and that's definitely not because I'm biased or anything like that. No, sir. I don't know what you're talking about. But I would say Wa2K. Simply because Wa2K's sheer combat power is it's hard to replace that. But then again, it's hard to replace Suomi's utility too. At least with Suomi though, even if she's only V0, you at least still get her get the important part of her ultimate, which is just the shielding, I think. So as long as you have the shielding, you should be fine. It's just that I think V1 Suomi makes it so that she heals, or like she heals a lot better than without it. But the important part is that she gives you the shield. So as long as you have the shield, I guess it's fine. So personally, I would recommend V1 Wa2K. V6 Niketa might be a vibe. I mean, I sure as fuck would love to roll for V6, but obviously I can't do that right now. V1 is what you should do. Seems like ComfyCom is saying the same thing, so maybe y'all have a point. Heard you can grind dupes. No, not only for certain characters, not most of them. No, this game is still mostly a Genshin clone when it comes to how the gacha works. Don't expect to be able to grind dupes for most characters in the game. You can only do that for certain ones. I didn't realize they had given me a new thingy. Only DB can grind is Sabrina. That and PPSH's, Papashas. Only those two characters for the most part. You should roll for extra walk copies from like a guaranteed banner or something. You know what? Now that we've had a guaranteed banner, I guess we'll go with that then. Yeah. You'll go for Suomi then? Yeah, sure. Seems like some people on YouTube are both vouching for Suomi, so go with her, I guess. Even better if she was one of your main reasons for starting the game in the first place. And then, like Rio said, I guess you can leave the extra wall copies for guaranteed banners whenever they show up. Why does this sound like Killing Floor music? Also, I wonder if this is one of the songs that Vanguard Sound Studio did for GFL2. It certainly sounds like it would be. Okay, last note for this little mini game. Okay, got that done. What is this? Memory puzzle. Oh, it's one of the. It's the. I forget the name of this game, but I played games like this before. I played these games before. Oh boy, this one's kind of tough. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Alright, time to guess. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, like that. One, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Guessed on that one. One, 2, 3, 4. That's gonna be hard to remember. One, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, 5. No, 1, 2. This one? No. Like that. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit, that wasn't the right one. I didn't even get a 3-star on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's easier to remember. That. 1, 2, this gun's gonna be tough. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. And we have to do this finally, I think. Which one was this one again? Anyway, sorry. Let me catch up with the chat because I was busy doing those mini games. Let's see. Let me catch up with the Twitch chat first. Hey, welcome back, Permastunlock. St. Tontus called the entire Arknights community toxic, and they'll bring it to, Enfield. Well, St. Tontus can go fuck himself. Dude doesn't live. Dude, rats like him live without mirrors in their fucking houses. So he can suck Tectone's fucking cock for all I care. Yeah, Chaos Cuts, and apparently he had reacted to Taboro's death knell of Gacha Games video or something. I have no idea why. I have no idea why he went out of his way to watch that. Maybe one of his retarded rat viewers sent him that to see his reaction or something. But like, he's way out of his wheelhouse in that one. Fucking talking about a game he has no idea about. Is you must have for Voimastina? Who's Voimastina? Is that AK-15? Is that what AK-15 calls herself in this game now? Hey, yo, UI, welcome back. Yeah, girls' feet line too. Yeah, I need to catch up on all these mini games for the event before they expire tonight. So, just getting it all done. Excuse me. Hey, well, Panaman, welcome back. Hope you've been having a great day. It's been going fine so far. All right, caught up with Twitch chat. Let's see. Let me catch up with the YouTube chat now. Even better, she's got a new skin as well. Don't know if you've seen that one. Which character, Rio? VSK. I know VSK is getting her cheerleader skin, but I don't think you're talking about her. Oh, you're talking about Suomi. Suomi's getting another skin, really? I didn't know she had a second skin. So I have no idea what it looks like. Are they gonna bring back one of her skins from the first game, or is it gonna be an actual new skin this time? Curious to know. You don't need dupes to clear content, right? You hear people saying V0 can clear in game 2 if that's true. Technically speaking, no. This game is extremely free-to-play friendly. There are channels, I think I said this before, but there are channels on YouTube that show people clearing the entire game with just your starter characters, I believe. So it's possible. Obviously, it's going to take some time, and it's not going to be very convenient, but it is possible if you put in the time. So strictly off that, technically speaking, no. That means you don't really need dupes to play and beat the game. For PvP, you might be screwed though. But luckily for PvP, to get the gems, all you need to do is just do 20 matches. Doesn't matter if you win or lose. Now, if you want to go for the seasonal ranking rewards, then you might be kind of shit out of luck there. But at the very least, the seasonal ranking rewards only give you like cosmetics and stuff, so it's not like you're missing out on any gems or whatever. So technically speaking, PvP is you don't have to worry. I shouldn't say it's not. I shouldn't say it's optional because technically it's not. But you get all you get all the important shit just by playing it. You don't have to worry about winning or losing. So that's nice at least. Where you can get info about upcoming banners. So that's the thing with this game, King of Gacha. For GFL2, technically we have clairvoyance, but global schedule is completely different from the Chinese server. It's probably because they're gonna try to accelerate us to catch up with the Chinese server, maybe. But our schedule goes a lot different from CN's. We know who's coming, but we don't know when. So it's like half clairvoyance almost, if that makes sense. I'll just set up Dorm as your home screen. Oh, I can show you. She's getting new skin accessory, which is a Jackie's gonna do. Yeah. I can show you real quick. Go to your, I believe, dorm. And then, let's see. I'll whip out K2 because she's probably got the sluttiest outfit. So, let's say you want this angle. Let's see. I believe you go to camera. Is it this? Or what was the button again? Oh, it's the star. Is it the star, actually? Marked. Let's see. No, it's not. I used to know how to fucking do this. It's not pose. Let's see. Is it yeah, it's this one right here. So, do you want to apply current view to scenic tour, dormitory? Yes. So, let's see here. Let's say I want to put, get this angle of K2 where she's showing off her titties and her fucking pussy. I believe I would replace the first one because I think I'm using plan 3. So save and use. So go to your dorm, strike a pose with the girl that you want to set as your secretary of sorts, and then click on let's see, I think you have to click on camera first, the camera icon, and then click on this button up here where the little squiggly symbol up here, and then you have 3 different like camera angle like toggles or like presets. Well, they're not presets, but like save slots, I guess you could think of it. And then save it to one of them, and then click on either save or save and use if you want to use it right away. So I clicked on save and use. So if I back out to my home screen, that's what you see. Yo, Banana King, welcome back. Pulling on Heisland side? No, Banana. I'm not going to be able to. I don't have any gems. Well, I have like 1 multi, but obviously that ain't going to get me shit. Unless I just get super lucky, of course. But, you know, me having luck in gacha these days is kind of a joke. New GFL2 drill is brain dead easy. You like it? Nice. Means I can just have it on auto in the background while we do our while I do my react for today. Nice. But yeah, Bananakin. Unfortunately, I won't be able to roll for Heislands. I will most likely just be skipping her. Because I already blew my load for Saber and her light cone. The smart thing to have done, which is this, I mentioned this at the earlier on stream, but the smart thing to have done was to after I got Saber was I should have saved my gems to roll for Heislands later, but you know, I'm a gacha player and gacha players make dumb decisions, so here I am. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to skip Heislands if she's up first. I might be able to roll for Ceridra. We'll see how many gems I'll be able to get by the time Ceridra shows up. But, unfortunately for Heislands, I'm going to have to skip her. At least, that's what it's looking like. Maybe, we'll see how well the subathon goes and how much Twitch pays out for me for this month. To see if I can spare some cash for Heislands. If so, then I'll try to go for it. If not, then oh well. Just wait for the rerun. Or just wait for the rerun. You're not a PvP guy at all, just gonna do 20 matches just for the participation rewards. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you don't have to worry about if you don't care about ranking in PvP at all, then yeah. Just do your 20 PvP matches and get it over with. You have a rat infestation in your house and on YouTube? Oh no. Well, at least you can exterminate one of them. People have taken photos of him in China's Kuro Fest, like stalker. Who are you talking about? Also, hey, hey, Mr. J, how's it going, man? Who are you talking about, student? I'm trying to see who else you were talking about earlier, but I think those were your first comments in chat today. So, no idea who you're talking about there. You think Chohua's skin is way sluttier just because of the pasties? Oh right. Well, I don't have Chohua's skin, so I guess I wouldn't know. Unfortunate. God bless GFL2, indeed. At least Mika team has gotten some things right. Kind of wish the free Archer Lycone or the Archer Lycone rebate lasted for an extra patch, but it is what it is. Yeah, it would have been nice if Archer's Lycone, the Archer Lycone rebate offer lasted like for the entire collab banner duration, but it is what it is, I guess. Do I have any social media protagonists? I don't know why you want to know, but no. I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I doubt he even has a Twitter. But sorry for not answering your question if you asked it in YouTube chat a couple days ago. I must have missed it. But just to answer your question, I don't know if he even has a Twitter or not. And even if he did, like, I don't know who you are, Magilo. So unfortunately, it's like, well, I don't know if I don't know if I even want to give you his social media handles. Like don't try not to take this the wrong way, but like, I don't know how else to say this without coming off as kind of an asshole, but like, I don't know you. And I have no way of knowing if you actually know him or not, so. Show up to stream, the first thing you see is this. Who is that? This girl's name is Yuhi. Or, I call her K2, because that was her name in the first game. Time 97 is after VSK and Global, but you think they said they're reworking her in CN? I've been told that yeah, we'll get the buffed version or the updated version of Type 97. Yeah. Do I actually use K2 or do I just goon to her? I actually do use her, unironically. Like, she's physical damage, which is kind of a bro moment in this game. Because physical damage in GFL2 is kind of like physical damage in Genshin, where they're both almost useless. But at least for K2, she's more of a support. So she's still useful, despite doing physical damage. Shit is hidden. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things where like somebody has to tell you, like how to do it. Yeah, because I don't think the game tells you. Maybe the game does tell you, but I don't know. What about the chess girl Sarija? I might be able to pull for her, but it'll depend on how many gems I'll be able to save up after, like, in the 3 weeks while Heiselins is still here. So we'll see. The best response is no response. Honestly, I don't know if I would say if I were Genazod here in this situation. But I think what Genazod should do is tell Tectone to tell St. Tontus to fucking knock it off. Because St. Tontus will listen to Tectone because he's Tectone's little fucking bitch. So I think St. Tontus or I think that's Genazod's best chance of having St. Tontus hop off his fucking dick. Why aren't you showing what you're playing? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me, Papa Lass? I'm not really doing much of anything. I was about to start this little mini game thingy. I don't even know what this is, but I got distracted because well, titties. Janazad got death threats from the Chinese Kurobots now. Did you hear about that? No, but I mean, I'm not terribly surprised. If he wants to handle this, he should handle this without Tectone's help, because Tectone's just going to treat Janazad like a pawn. I mean, I hope not. But yeah, it's Tectone we're talking about, so he very well may. Oh, it's this little mini game. I remember playing this mini game from like other games in the past. Oh, yeah, we don't want to pick that up. Hopefully he's safe since he's in China now. Normally, Chinese players sending overseas people death threats don't really mean anything. But yeah, considering Janazad, well, Fobmaster's back, so I would expect Janazad to be back too. I don't know if he actually is or not. I haven't seen him streaming. I don't think I saw him streaming yesterday. I think Fobmaster was streaming earlier today. Maybe he still is. So I know Fobmaster's back home. Or at least I think he should be. Janazad, I don't know. I assume he's either in the middle of flying back or he's still staying in Guangzhou maybe for like another day or two. I don't know. No idea. The fuck, this community is cooked. Well, I mean, it's the Chinese players we're talking about. They'll send the death threats to anybody they don't like. You like that the mini games are cute and fun and respected your time? This patch, yeah, for sure. Because last patch, we had mini games that took a bit of time, I think. So a nice little change of pace, I suppose. Oh, how did I miss that? Oh, that shield is based on is an infinite shield based on a timer. I thought it was like a one and done shield where you keep it for so long as you don't get hit, but then if you do get hit, it goes away or something. Guess not. Actually insane to watch the chaos. Like it's like for no reason. Well, we can blame the shit on Saint Tontus. That's for fucking sure. If nothing else, we know for a fact that Saint Tontus is making the shit worse. I guess all of a sudden, Saint Tontus' fucking AR-15 comments make a whole lot more sense. Oh, didn't realize that was a didn't realize that was a poison dish. I thought I was doing something on the second monitor or something. I am trying to do dailies on some gacha games I have on my tablet and phone. So that's maybe what you were seeing me do. But yeah, I don't have them connected on my PC or anything. Not at the moment anyway. Yeah, and you say, hey, Sir Misk, welcome back, man. It's been a while. Yeah, I moved from my last place. Different place. It's nearby, but like same general area, but new place though. Guy was already getting heat from E7 community. He's used to it. Oh, I'm sure he's been dealing with shit like this for a while now. But here's the thing: he was in he either still is in China or he just left recently, right? And so apparently YouTube chat is telling me that Genazod is now getting death threats from Chinese players, and he was there for the past couple of days. He was in Guangzhou as part of to take part in Kuro Fest, because I'm assuming Kuro Game must have sponsored him and other content creators and flown him out to Guangzhou, so that way they can participate in Kuro Fest. It's one thing for Chinese players, like I just said earlier. It's one thing for Chinese players to make death threats to people who are across the ocean, but it's another thing entirely for them to be making those threats while for example, Genazod is in China, Because like, if one of those fucking motherfuckers thinks it's a good idea to fucking try to murk Dawei in his own fucking office or in their own headquarters up in Shanghai, then like, for a fact that there are gonna be more than a couple of mentally retarded people over in China who are going to think it's a great idea to try some shit and put Genazad's life in danger. Jenna and Brax are going to do some shopping there in Shanghai before flying back. Well, hopefully stay safe. Both of them stay safe then. What did Jenna say to warrant their ire? I like how you use the word ire. What happened with Saint? Oh god, here we go all over again. The other week, I think this was back during the first week of Furlova's patch, maybe second week. Genazad had a clip that went like sort of viral, I think, of him not really pay attention to Furlova's story, and then at the end he just gave Wuwa's story, the Furlova story section, like a 7 out of 10 or something. Now, I want to give some context to that. Apparently, from what I've been told, Genazad doesn't really give a shit about gacha story at all in the first place. Not just about Wuwa, but just gacha games in general. So the fact that he even bothered giving Wuwa a 7 out of 10 was actually a huge compliment from him, given what he normally does, or given his usual mindset towards gacha game stories, or at least that's what I've been led to believe. But you know, the Wuwa dick suckers got a hold of that clip, and pretty soon it became this whole drama where the Wuwa dick suckers are like, "Oh my god, this Genazad asshole is disrespecting our game's story." You know, you know how they act. Whenever somebody criticizes their beloved game, their beloved dumbass gacha game, and so naturally Saint Tontus gets a hold of it. Because why wouldn't he? Because Saint Tontus has tried this shit before against Genazad by calling him a fucking pedophile. Guess where he learned that trick from? Tectone. And, yeah, he basically, Saint Tontus threw oil over the fire and made it worse. And now, the Chinese player has gotten a hold of it. And so now they're on it too, or they're on Genazad's ass too. They went full retard over a 7 out of 10 score. I mean, they've done worse. So, personally, I'm not exactly surprised. What I am surprised is that it somehow got to this point. To the point where even the Chinese players are telling Genazad to go kill himself or something. Or, you know, sending him death threats, apparently. If that's true. I'm referring to. I mean, yeah. Saint Tontus is a little fucking bitch. Like, am I wrong? Saint Tontus is Tectone's little fucking bitch. Anytime Tectone talks about wanting to shove his dick down some dude's mom's throat, he can practice it on Saint Tontus first. All Tectone's gotta do is tell Saint Tontus to open wide, and Saint Tontus will fucking dislocate his jaw, fucking pulling his jaws back. You said the Chinese are vicious, right? Yes, they are. Koreans and Chinese players are absolutely fucking vicious. The Japanese can be too, but usually they don't go that far. They do have their moments, though. But these days, it's usually the Korean and Chinese players that you have to watch out for. I wonder if the items are dropping a little bit faster. Looks like it is. Or it looks like they are. Excuse me. I Honestly, this soundtrack wouldn't sound too out of place in a Black Ops game. You would also take those death threats seriously. You never know. Yeah, and especially in China's current socio-political atmosphere. Yeah, personally, I wouldn't go visit China anytime soon. I mean, me personally, of course not, given all the anti-CCP comments I've made over the past, few years or so. But yeah, especially if for whatever reason, if the Chinese if you're getting death threats from Chinese players, then, I just pray that, Jenna comes back home safe and sound. Hopefully nothing happens to him or Brax or anybody else while they were there. Huh. What's that spatula item? Damn, this motherfucker's just spamming all the items now, huh? Finishing daily is gonna go to bed. Have a good stream. Catch you on it later if you're still streaming. Nah, Thesia. I think you'll have to catch me tomorrow because I've already mentioned before that my weekday streams are gonna be on the shorter side of things. So unfortunately, you probably won't catch me on in like 6 hours, like my usual weekend streams. So take care, man. Have a good night, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, I see. The spatula item makes the dude up top drop his items a lot fucking faster. Ooh, I see. St. Tondas did a video about how the Sea and Willow community agrees with them. Well, I'm not exactly surprised. He's ego farming. Spatula doubles spawn rate of the items. Yeah, I figured. Crazy how as soon as the Chinese learn about this Jenna drama, immediate death threats. Yeah, unfortunately. That's kind of what you'd have to expect, yeah. If you ask me, there's also probably some racial undertones there too. But that's pure speculation on my part. Would I go to Japan? Yeah, I would fly to Japan. Japan's safe for the most part. Scraping by to save and go again. Yeah. I think I told the story before, but I was originally supposed to go visit Japan with my IRL buddies, including Protagonist. A couple of years ago, but pandemic struck, so we had to delay it. And then by the time my friends were able to reschedule, I had lost my job by then, so I couldn't go. You've never heard crazy stuff like you've heard from Chinese gacha communities, from Japan. Yeah, typically the Japanese players aren't that fucking mentally retarded like a lot of the Chinese or a lot of the Korean players are. Like, you can piss them off, like they can get pissed off over like gacha drama or just other drama in general too, but you know, they're not gonna immediately go all, we should fucking kill this guy. Like the Chinese or the Koreans or even us Westerners do. You think St. Tondas ego farms Chinese players and say what they want to hear? Yeah, probably. I wouldn't put it past them. Remember, people like St. Tondas don't have shit for brains. Whenever they try to come up with a logical argument, their brains just kind of fall apart inside their fucking skulls. So they have to rely on mob tactics. Because who needs reason when you just have a bunch of angry fucking no grass touching nerds on your side? Who you can weaponize to fucking drown out your competition. Hey, yo, Finkel, welcome back. The hitbox on that is fucking wonky. Can't believe Dawei's assassination attempt was a real thing over a stupid gacha game. Yeah, well, some people are like that. Obviously, it's not just the Chinese players who can act like that. You know, any person, regardless of what race they are, is capable of doing some heinous shit. But that being said, you know, there are a billion Chinese people out there. Chances are one of them is fucking fucked in the head. You wouldn't say CN agrees with Saint, they just more agree with a video that explains the situation. It's pretty independent of Saint if you want to make it fair. I mean, that makes it even worse then, technically. Because Saint Tondas is trying to take credit where he shouldn't have any. All CN said was that Genazot should back down, and they were afraid he'd get death threats if he continued his ego trip. Ego trip about what? Like the whole fucking 7 out of 10 story situation? I mean, bro, let me go viral over on Billy then. I would love to see how the fucking little pinks would handle me calling Wuthering Waves story complete fucking dog shit. 7 out of 10? Yeah, try fucking 2 or 1 out of 10. Holy fucking shit. Maybe I should go viral in Genazod's place. Add popular moment is a powerful thing. I mean, how do you think? I mean, I'm an American. How the fuck else did you think that you know, our current president got to where he is now? Really excited for CZN. Yeah, I may pick it up later when it comes out, but we'll see. Okay, well, were those all of the events that we had to do today? I think so, yeah. Got all the rewards. Challenge mode is completed. Got the, these 2 events done, or these 2 mini games done. Okay, that should do it for GFL then. I guess I'll do expansion drills and I'll just auto expansion drills in the background. Let's see. Who did I want to use here again? Oh yeah, right. I wanted to use AK Alpha. Switch to full cam because I'm gonna set up for our React segment for today. If they're to be believed, it's not about the rating, so giving a 1 wouldn't matter to them. Oh, really? What was the thing that they were trying to say then? If they weren't concerned about the rating that Genazod gave, what was the concern then? What, just like Genazod's behavior or something, or? Oh, I should update my my Twitch count, my Twitch sub count. Let's see. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I think Wuthering Waves has a Twitch drop program where you just watch a WoW streamer for a little bit and you get like some asteroids. I gotta remember to do that before it's too late. I think I might have like another week on that. Hey too, hope you're doing well. Haven't tuned in for a while. How's the job search going? Hope all is well. I have like a small little part time. It's not enough. I'm still looking for a better one, but I'm hoping it'll help. It'll help stabilize me after my little move here. But still not out of the woods yet. But things are looking at least a little bit better. So still hanging in there for now. Apparently, Jenna said that the Woo community should reroll IRL. Not the entire community. I think that's unfair. There are plenty of Woo players who have nothing to do with all this drama, and they're perfectly content just playing Woo and being normal about it. No, it's not that the whole Woo community should reroll. It's that the fucking rats should remove themselves. You know who I'm talking about. Like, don't make me have to play my take a stand video again. Like, the entire community is not at fault. I suppose if Jenazad did make a comment like that, where he just kind of like just throw out a blanket statement of, oh, the entire WoW community is dog shit, then yeah, I can see how that can take some flack, or I can see how he got some flack for that. Which is why I always try to specify that no, like, you shouldn't blame the whole community. Just go after the people who are causing the fucking problems in the first place. Focus, from what you can tell, is about how he reacted to being called out for not paying attention during his playthrough, and then him standing on his rating. Well, to me, it sounds like the Chinese players are just being bitches. Why? They can't handle people calling their story dog shit? I mean, you can tell me FGO story is hot dog shit, too. I mean, I'll just be like, all right, cool. I mean, I'll just call you retarded and go on my merry way, but, am I going to sit here and tell you go kill yourself? No, not really. I don't think just because you decide to insult FGO's story, I don't think that quite warrants a response quite that extreme. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too reasonable. I don't know. Maybe should I tell people to go kill themselves too for content? Because that's kind of what I'm seeing is happening here. Sure seems to work for rats like Saint Tontus. Probably a smoke screen. I mean, it's always a fucking smoke screen, dude. I mean, do you understand why St. Tontus and the other rats do what they do? It's because Wuthering Waves and most all other gachas for that, well, all the big four gachas anyway. All of the big popular gachas have jack shit to do after you're done with whatever new content comes out with each patch. Wuthering Waves especially. Like, there ain't shit to do once you've done all the other content, once you've done all the exploration shit, and I highly doubt St. Tondas has actually taken the time to fucking explore the entirety of Septimont. If he has, color me surprised. But no, it's always been that way, Swim Sniper. Ever since this whole gacha, I mean, technically it's been a thing ever since even before this whole Wuwa Genshin gacha tribalism and all the rise of the rats happened. It's always been that way ever since Genshin. I mean, it's technically, if you ask me, it started ever since fucking like one month into Genshin's life cycle, where you had all of the no-lifers who grinded the fuck out of Genshin back in the day, back when it first came out, right? And after a month, they were done with all the content, right? They explored everything, and they were just kind of sitting there being like, "What? Where's all the content, man? I can't believe there's no more content." Like, it's always been that way. And so you throw gacha tribalism into the mix, and this is what you get. You get fucking retarded rats like St. Tonjas just going out of their way to make their content because they can't find any from the game itself. It was always going to happen like that. Which is why I'm so aggressive against them, because I've seen this shit coming. At least in that narrow sense. Like, I even said in my fucking Take a Stand video, the fucking rats are not going to stop here. They are going to keep going. They are going to keep attacking more and more people. How many content creators, how many victims must there be before people actually start fucking waking up on like a large scale and be like, no, actually, rats like St. Tontas don't belong here. He's kind of a fucking prick. Like, again, you tell me, chat, how long, how many bodies? How long? How long is it going to take? How many more victims? You fucking tell me, man. Why do you keep attacking the Woo community when 90% of the Gacha communities are the same? Zenless community sucks too. Are you saying that? Are you asking me that, Papa Lass? If you're asking me that, and you're not being like ironic or you're not being sarcastic about it, let me answer that seriously. The reason why, again, let me underline this by first making it clear that I don't want to go after the entire Woo community at large. That's not fair. There are plenty of Wuthering Waves players out there who have nothing to do with all the rat behavior and the rat drama, right? All they want to do is just be a normal ass gacha player and just play their game, have fun with it, say, oh, this character looks cool on Twitter, and that's pretty much it, right? There are plenty of decent people out there who play Wuthering Waves. It's only the rats I'm going after. So now that we've established that, the reason why I go after Wuwa specifically is because most of the gacha tribal, like the super toxic gacha tribalism part, comes from there. Because remember, last year when Wuthering Waves first came out, a bunch of people who got either super bored or super disillusioned with all the Hoyo games, right? Because up until now, the only big gacha games that people could play were Genshin and then Star Rail, right? Star Rail from 2.5 years ago by now, right? There were at least, there probably still is, there probably still are a ton of Wuthering Waves players who used to play Genshin, but like kind of fell out of favor with it, right? They played Genshin back in the day for like a year or two, however long that they have, however long they did. But then eventually they're like, the game isn't for me, or like the game sucks now, right? There's no end game. There's no more like end game gameplay. It's all the same shit over and over. Come out with a region, come out with a character, and that's it, right? Um, and so a lot of people who started playing Wuthering Waves back in the day were either ex-Genshin players, or hell, you didn't even have to play Genshin. You just were fucking annoyed by them for one reason or another. Right? Maybe some people didn't like the community, maybe they didn't like the game, or they didn't like how, all their friends started playing Genshin. All they fucking heard from them for the past 4 years has been Genshin this, Genshin that, Genshin this, Genshin that. Right? I don't know. I'm just trying to like make up some reasons why some people might fucking hate Genshin. I mean, one reason is because apparently Genshin players were talking shit on Wuwa and saying that Wuwa wouldn't have a chance in hell in becoming successful or something like that, and they're still salty over that for some reason. I don't know. It depends, right? Depends on the rat in question. Why it is that they fucking hate Genshin so much, or just Hoyo in general. Regardless of what the reasons were, to begin with, what ended up happening was that when Wuthering Waves finally did come out, and it turned out to be a pretty good game, right? That's when those people were like, oh my god, Wu was so much better than Genshin, it's so much better than Genshin. They just wouldn't shut the fuck up about it, right? And then along come the fucking rats like Tectone and Saint Tontus and God knows who else, who see the situation, at least I think this is what I think happened. They come along, they see the situation, and they decide to take advantage of it for their own personal gain. Right? Because in Tectone's case, because I call him a clout chaser, he goes for what's popular, right? He does whatever is either popular, so he gets the most amount of views, the most amount of clicks, the most amount of attention, or he goes after what's convenient for him. Either or. It's up to him on any given day. So he's all like, he stokes the fires, right? He may have not started himself, but he definitely made it worse. And a year later, he wonders, why is the Woo community like this? Proving my point that he is in fact fucking retarded and that his brain is as smooth as his head. And then you have not Tectone, sorry, I already fucking blasted his ass. And then you have Saint Tontus, who basically does the same thing, but he doubles down on it, right? He's an agenda pusher. He truly believes in the agenda, because he cannot stop talking about Wuthering Waves, nowadays, he can't stop blasting people who he sees as a threat to Wuwa, or at least his own content. And so because you have rat creators like them making this shit worse, and no one's there to call them out for it or stop it dead in its tracks before it gets out of control or gets out of hand, now we have this situation. And the rest of us have to fucking deal with it. And so going back to your original question, Papa Les, about why go after the Woo community, or at least, the rats from the Woo community more so, is because of this. You brought up Zenless Zone Zero as an example earlier, so let me use that example too. For the most part, from what I see on Zenless Twitter, I don't really see rat behavior, at least not to the same degree as I see rat behavior on the Woo side of things on Twitter. Maybe you've seen that kind of behavior, in which case you're going to have to show me, because I'm sure it exists, I just haven't seen much of it myself. That is like rat behavior on the Zenless side specifically. Whereas, I don't have to look far to find rat behavior on the Woo side of things, right? When it comes to the Hoyo games, right? Most of the time, again, not all the time, obviously, every gacha community has their problems. No community is perfect. Duh. That's just a given. But most of the time, I would say that the Hoyo communities, Zenless in particular, are pretty fucking chill. They usually stay in their own lane. Yes, in like Genshin in particular, and sometimes Star Rail, you'll have people every now and then step out of line and be like, step out of line, they see some dumb shit, right? And of course, they deserve to be called out on that too, depending on how dumb their takes are, of course. But most of the times that I've seen like Hoyo Twitter players or Hoyo Twitter users like step out of line, usually it's not them being malicious. It's usually because they just don't know any better. Right? Whenever Honkai Star Rail players say some shit like, "Oh, Star Rail has the best story in gacha games," it's like, well, like I don't really take offense to that because I know that they don't know any. I know it's because they think that because they the reason why they think that is because they don't know any better. Right? Um and besides that, whenever you see Hoyo players talk about stuff on Twitter, usually they're talking about their own games. They don't go out of their way to talk shit on other games. Unless of course it's like topical. Like I know that some back when the Star Rail and Fate the UBW collab got announced, right? I remember there were some tweets that went viral of some Honkai Star Rail player getting their hands on like FGO Final Ascension art, and they posted it on Twitter comparing Saber's Final Ascension art with like I don't know Saber in the game or some shit like that, and they were like, or like maybe like some splash art from Honkai Star Rail, and they're like, man, this FGO game looks like fucking trash. Why would anyone play this, right? So it's like they have their moments, sure, but usually they're not like that. Usually they're not like that. And even when they are, right, it's usually because of something going on within like the games themselves, like Honkai Star Rail, for example, and them announcing their UBW collab. The Zenless community, because I was trying to use that as our main example here because you brought it up. For the most part, I don't really see people on Zenless Twitter talk about much else other than, oh my god, when's this character gonna come out, right? Oh my god, I want to fucking like, oh my god, OMG, Orpheus is literally my wife. When is she coming out? Or like shit like that. Like, I don't usually see Zenless players go out of their way to talk shit on Wuthering Waves, unless, of course, for whatever reason, somebody's like, hey, this St. Tontus dude is kind of a jackass. Like, he can go fuck himself. In which case, that's completely warranted, given the kinds of videos that St. Tontus has tried to make about fucking Zenless in the past. Fucking miasma this, HP inflation that. He should probably make a video about his own fucking skill issue too while he's at it. And therein lies the main difference, Papa Lass, that I'm trying to get across to you. Hoyo players usually, not always, they'll have their, again, for like the third time, they will have their moments, right? And they do deserve to be criticized for those. But usually, whenever they talk about gacha games, they usually just talk about their own, right? And that on its own, I don't really see a problem with, right? If all you're doing is just glazing up or like gassing up your own gacha game, it's like, all right, cool. I mean, at least it's nice to see that you're being super enthusiastic about your own game. That's fine. On its own, that's fine. But the difference with the woo-woo community, at least on social media, and at least from the rats, again, important detail, the rats specifically, they make comparing their game with woo-woo their whole fucking online personality trait. Like, they cannot, or it is very difficult for them to go make a single tweet that doesn't involve like shitty on Hoyo in some way. Right? It's pretty rare. Right? It's one thing if the woo-woo dick suckers if all they did was they were just glazing woo-woo, right? They were just gassing up woo-woo and that's all they did, just like the Hoyo players. Then which is okay. That's fine. Or that's fair. Gotta equal treatment and all that stuff. If that's all they did, then yeah, sure, whatever. Carry on, do what you're doing. But a lot of the time, that's not what they do. A lot of the time, they feel the need to go out of the way to talk shit on other gacha games. It doesn't even have to be Hoyo games either. Though obviously they'll target Hoyo games the most. They'll just talk shit on anything that they find is not Woowa or like poses a threat to Woowa in some way, shape, or form. That's where I have a fucking problem. Like, cause it's one thing to really enjoy a gacha game you like. That's fine. Like I've said for like the fucking fourth or fifth time. But it is another thing entirely for you to go out of your way to try to tell someone else that they should feel bad for playing a game that they enjoy. Right? It is another thing entirely to go out of your way to try to ruin another game for somebody else. That's where I have a fucking problem. That's why I'm so harsh on the Woowa rats. Again, not the Woowa community. Again, just want to make it very clear here. Not the community at large, just the rats. At least Woowa players talk about competition. Hoyo players just recycle the same their game is perfect bubble. Yeah, but one side develops gacha tribalism and toxicity much more so than the other. And again, Papa Lass, I don't think you seem to remember that I kept saying that Hoyo players are not perfect either. They have their moments too. Of course, they've bashed other gacha games. I even brought up an example on my own when there was that one Star Rail player bashing on FGO's art design. So I don't know why you're just conveniently ignoring that. But my point is that, the Woowa players, the Woowa rats specifically, are just taking it too far. Like, maybe if Woowa didn't exist, or like maybe we rewind time back to like a couple years ago before Woowa came out, then sure, fair enough, right? Because it's not like Wuthering Waves existed yet, so the rats didn't exist yet. Or I mean, they did, but you know, they just didn't know they were. Then in which case, sure, the conversation would be different. But in the here and now, no, I think there is a much bigger threat to the gacha space overall right now. It's not the Hoyo players. Like there is a bigger threat right now that I think we should worry about more. And after that threat is managed, or at least addressed, then we can go back to being like, okay, let's try to work with the Hoyo players here. Like, try to get them to play other gacha games so that they don't keep bashing anything that's not a Hoyo game. I mean, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. In case you didn't hear me to explain my motivations for like trying to become a content creator, like a big name content creator, right? In case you didn't hear me explain that, let me do that for you right now. The reason why I want to get my name out there as a content creator is so that I can try to be the bridge. I can try to bridge the gap between all the new age gacha players, right? All the people who started playing gacha games starting with Genshin Impact and later, and they only play the big Hoyo, the big gacha games like the big four and other bigger gacha games that'll come out in the future. Bridge them with the rest of the gacha community and do it in a way where they're familiar. They're at least a little bit familiar with what to expect with like other gacha games, whether they're older gacha games or just smaller gacha games that come out in recent times where they're not quite like a Hoyo game, so they kind of know what to expect. The problem with the gacha space is that there is nobody out there that quite does that. Even more of a problem is that no one seems to be willing to do that, except for me. And I'm not even trying to ego farm. I think that's just the whole cold hard truth. So don't go thinking that I'm not aware that, you know, the Hoyo players are a problem too. No, they can be. I've seen how they act. They can be for sure. But unlike most other content creators out there, I want to actually do something about it. So, I hope that was an adequate enough explanation for you, Papa Les. If there are more things that you want me to explain, then feel free to ask. Hey yo, Nanaya, real gotcha folks talk shit on all gotcha. Yeah, of course. If you're gonna talk shit on one, talk shit on all of them. I believe in true gotcha equality. People still bullying genocide? Yeah, apparently it's still going on, which fucking sucks, but... They'd gone to Wuwo only to discover it's a copycat. They're mad. No, I don't think it's coping. I genuinely think at least, well, maybe some of the rats are just coping. Sure. Can't you know? There's a lot of rats out there, so can't like completely eliminate that possibility. But no, unfortunately, I do think that there are people that are that retarded. It's not them trying to cope. They actually think Wuthering Waves is like so much better than Genshin, man. Like I know that's kind of hard. That might be a bit hard to believe. Maybe it's easier to think that there's no way people can be that fucking retarded, right? No, unfortunately, people can be, and a lot of them too, for that matter. Tectone mobs will go target anybody Baltimore is bullying. Hey, look no further than here, than yours truly. Hoyo games are perfect, though. You can't beat Hoyo games. They're the best. Don't say that in St. Tontus's chat. Careful now. You might catch a ban over on his channel. Started a JPFGO account to get the 1,000 Saint Quartz, and you managed to grab MP4 Olga, MP4 Speshtar, MP5 Erish. Damn! That's a fucking haul. Just for 1,000 Saint Quartz, too? Holy shit. What kind of fucking luck is that? You feel bullied by Tectone? Not bullied, but, you know, he's for sure targeted my ass. I mean, hey, I'll wear that shit as a badge of honor. If a sub 100 viewer streamer Andy like me can get under the skin of some dipshit like Tectone, then hey. Okay. Now that I'm done answering who was it? Papa Lass's question. There was one video that I wanted to react to. Let's see how long I end up fucking reacting to this. I believe it was this one, yeah. I think it's better if I go here. Yeah, okay. I guess I'll have GFL2 just like in the corner here. Corner. Let's see. Make sure this is on. No, gotta do this. Yeah. Okay. So I actually came across this video in my recommended feed not too long ago, or about like a couple weeks ago. Makes sense because this video came out 4 weeks ago, and this kind of piqued my interest. I've been saving it to react to on stream. Actually, I was thinking of maybe doing an off-stream react, but ever since I was done with my whole move shit and my moving shit, and by the time I came up with the idea of doing another subathon, I was like, you know what? I guess I'll react to this on stream, just to fit my just to give myself some content to do to have during during my weekday streams for the subathon. So I want to react to this video called "Gacha Games Have Terrible Gameplay" by Sunil. I know Sunil is a gacha gacha YouTuber. I've seen a couple of his other videos in the past. Some of his videos have quite the number of views. So he puts out some banger videos from time to time. But this one's the one I want to watch for now, or for today. Not sure if I saw. No, I saw Chrono. Give me some time. I've been busy with other stuff. I'll get back to you. Hopefully soon. What do you think of Stygian Onslaught? Hey, Ipsum, welcome back, man. Seems genius to you. Whales everywhere are finally treating the game mechanics seriously. I guess that's a silver lining. Me personally, there's a couple of problems that I have with Stygian Onslaught, but whatever. Tectone gets off on bullying smaller channels and excusing his own behavior by saying that, oh, he used to back them before. Sounds really familiar. Actual good person always emphasizes how they fucking help people. Yeah. Definitely doesn't use people for their his own personal gain and whenever it's convenient. And as soon as he starts saying stuff that they don't that he doesn't like. Oh, time to fucking dump his ass. Sono's pretty based. Seems like it. Though I am curious to see what he has to say about this topic. What'd you miss, 420 Blaze? Not much. Well, you missed me going on a bit of a ramble. But I was answering somebody's question from my Twitch chat. It took me about like 20 or 30 minutes to do, I think. But nah, you just missed me yapping. Tectone's so low class. You've blocked him on all your feeds. Endless rage bait, clickbait, and toxic drama. I mean, yeah, it's good that you have. Unfortunately, I can't exactly do that because I have to constantly expose myself to Tectone's radioactive retardedness. Because somebody has to keep track of his shit. Anyways, let's go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and react to this. So again, this is Gachas Have Terrible Gameplay by Sunil.
A comparison that has the connection of oil and
I think my I think my headset died because it hasn't been playing audio for at all.
Gameplay.
There we go.
Gachas. A comparison that has the connection of oil and water, like recommending a new album to a deaf person, like mixing macaroni and cheese with ketchup. Haiku, though, you should probably try that last one. It actually kind of slaps. But the point of the matter is, to a lot of people, this shit doesn't mix well. A lot say these games can't have good gameplay because of their monetization method. It's like, you ever try recommending a gacha game to your friend by saying it has good gameplay, then they reply with the fucking credit card swiping gif? That's pretty much what I'm talking about. But the question is, do they got a point? Like, okay, yeah, sure, not having all the characters in a game does suck, but at the same time, is that reason enough to say all the gameplay in that
Oh, Suno pulls up an FGO servant chart. Does Suno actually has he played FGO, or does he play FGO? Kind of a bold move to pull up FGO. In like the first, like, not even in the first minute of a video titled "Gachas don't have great game," or "Gacha games have terrible gameplay." That's quite the power move there.
game is terrible. So
It's kind of low vol. Oh yeah, I can do that real quick. I can just boost the desktop audio. Hopefully that's better.
So then I started to think about the topic more, started thinking about how the monetization method changes the games I've played a fair bit of. Then I came to a realization. People who said the gameplay in these games is worse because of their monetization aren't really wrong. And not for the sole and obvious reason of you don't have all the characters. Because A, that'd be a boring point to make an entire video around, and B, and some of them I fucking do, but there are valid reasons to judge the gameplay.
He
beyond
plays
that.
FGO.
So that's what the rest of this video
how
is,
deep
talking
is
about
how
the
deep
monetization
is he in
method
it?
indirectly, or sometimes directly, makes the gameplay of any gacha worse. So basically, the long and short of it is, I'm turning into a hater. That's what this video is about. I'm being a hater. When it's over, expect this channel to go off into making solely COD gameplay videos. That's the future of this shit. But to talk about why I think there's truth
Does
to
he
the
even
statement,
play
the
Call of
first game
Duty?
I'm gonna bring up is Arknights, as it's a game that's avoided all of the regular pitfalls you would imagine with this topic. Like, most people who have been playing the game for a while have about 90% of the units in it. I don't care if it's a personal anecdote or not, but most of the people on my list got about that much. I got 97% myself, and more than 500 pulls stashed away. I only buy the monthly pass. The game's incredibly generous. So if that ain't the problem, then is it the gameplay? Is that just shit? Nope. You can bring in 12 characters that all play differently, and you could place them anywhere on the stage. It's a tower defense, which makes it so many factors change how you play the stage, like which units are bringing in, if they have faction bonuses, the stage, the mechanics of it, and where you place your units. To the point where pretty much every stage in the game actually plays differently, and this amount of hyper customization also makes it so you could easily clear the game with low rarity units. But that brings up the question, if the gameplay is great, and the gacha isn't looking to harvest your soul, what's the problem? Well, it's one every gacha suffers due to the monetization method, which is the sense of player progression. Take Elden Ring. You start off with minimal shit to use and no solid build for your character. By all means, you're at your weakest, and the enemies you fight against are also at their weakest. But as time passes in the game, you slowly build your character, get a solid build, and advance in power bit by bit. This progression is so intimately tied to your experience and how much you've explored of the world to where you're never at risk of being too strong and making the game boring. Unless you grind or know where to get items you need to really make yourself overpowered, but for your first playthrough, character progression and what the game expects of you at any given moment are intimately tied. Then take a gacha game. In most of them, this shit doesn't really exist. Like Arknights. Now, I remember exactly the first E2 I had in the game, basically the final tier power a character can reach. My first E2 was Exia, and the time when I E2'd her was the Twilight of Olamon event. At that time in the game, Exia was considered a fairly strong unit, not as much as a win condition as Silver Ash, but she could put in a lot of work. In those event stages, she really propped up the run. Didn't outright carry me, but shit would have been so much harder without her at E2.
Can't you clear Arknights with 3 and 4 stars pretty decently if you understand the map? If you truly understand your 3 and 4 star characters' capabilities, and you understand gameplay mechanics very, very well, then yes, it's possible. There are people out there who do that. There are some maps where it's very challenging to do that, and so you may have to bring like a support, like top tier character in order to help you out. But for the most part, yes, you should be able to clear with just 3 and 4 stars.
Now take an account made in 2025. Let's say you played when Walter was released and you rolled for her because everyone said she was the strongest character in the game. Then she's your first C2. Then you play the Twilight of Olamon event because you could replay all old events. She pretty much solos it. Not like Exia where it helped. Nah, she solos that shit. She walks in, pops her skill, drops 6 tactical fucking nukes, and bitches the stage. Like when Twilight of Olamon dropped, you had to use the gramophones to kill the boss that was tanky as shit. Now you just got a sadistic nuclear launcher with a switch that'll kill her in, 5 hits. And it ain't just her. A lot of the newer units also annihilate old stages.
Ipsum Lorem, thanks so much for the membership, man. Appreciate it. Thank you, man.
Those older ones were made when the most insane thing we had in the game was Silver Ash. Now we have Silver Ash on a cocktail of PEDs. The stage difficulty was made with player progression and the units of that time in mind. It was a good balance of difficulty. Then power creep happened. Now a lot of the older shit is a cakewalk. And the unfortunate part is, power creep is pretty much impossible to not have in a gacha game. Though I've already talked about why, so I don't want to dive too much into it. Long and short is that power creep happens naturally from character kits becoming more interesting or specialized as time moves on. This shit happens in any game. Or it's forced to happen because the devs want you to spend more money, so they made a motherfucker with insane numbers. But the fact is, your progression in a gacha game is going to be fucking wonky. If you're a new player, newer events are going to whoop your ass, and then when you take your shiny new toys into an old event, it's going to be boring as shit. Player progression isn't tied to what the game expects of you, it's tied to what state the meta of the game is in. Hell, another example from Arknights, Patriot. He used to be the hardest boss in the game, had defense and resistance stats that made him near impossible to kill. You had to use the stage mechanics of mines and a very specialized team, or Amia, story reasons, to take him down. In Big 2025, he's used as montage fodder for new characters. Literally, people solo him. Hell, some characters solo the entire stage. Patriot and enemies included. The perspective of someone who fought Patriot when he dropped versus nowadays is night and day. I used to fear Patriot. Now when I look at him getting clipped, bro, it's like I just watched someone kick a puppy. I just feel fucking bad for him. I deadass had to use a support unit back then to beat him. Now I'm confident I could do it with 3 characters, which is really just an arbitrary number because I know it's possible with 1, I just don't have his module. Also, another example, so I show it ain't just an Arknights thing, but instead something all gachas face, FGO. So many old mechanics in the game can be skipped by having Castoria. For those that don't know, her Noble Phantasm, think Ultimate, makes it so you don't take damage the next however much overcharge you had. Attacks don't fucking work on you. And if you build the right team with her, you're literally immortal. Then you look at stages before she existed and all of these big strong moves the bosses can launch out do nothing. Because a lot of them have Ignore and Vulnerability, so they can hit you even if you're invulnerable, but Castoria exists beyond that. Ignore and Vulnerability doesn't fucking work against her, unless you're only using her 3rd skill, which gives you basic invulnerability. The only thing that stops her Noble Phantasm is buff removal. That's it. But the difference between having her or not is gigantic. Not enough to really be fucked without her, but it's pretty much 2 different games if you're not using her. And guess what? Anyone can use her. The game has a support system to where any player can use her if the stage doesn't force that support slot to be used for a story character. But if it's open, and you got her, the stage is way easier than how it was when it was first released. And player progression getting hurt by newer units doesn't just exist for old content either. For example, roguelites. Going back to Arknights, my run will be considerably different if
What was the card chain he tried using there?
hurt by newer units doesn't just exist for old content either. For example, roguelites.
First of all, what the fuck is his team? I know he's doing the Fergus advanced quest because I just did this last week. Because I recognize the stage transition from what just happened, like what, after Fergus uses MP or something. Recognize that from the advanced quest, like gimmick stage gimmick or something. But what the fuck is this team? Like I assume this. Well, I don't know how much Sunil knows about FGO. I assume, however, that he just brought this team in just because. I think he was just recording this for gameplay's sake, so not going to be too harsh on him there, but I was about to like micro analyze his card selection here, and then I realized, wait a minute, what the fuck are these servants? Why do you have an arts character, a quick character, and a fucking buster character all on the same team? Are you fucking kidding me? Any FGO team can be excused if it's for bond. Yeah, but this is not a bond grinding node 420. This is an advanced quest. You get it done once, and I mean you can keep playing it, but you know subsequent clears don't do anything. They don't give you anything. So this isn't a bond farming team. Um, here's the thing I'll say about Sunil's take on his FGO example. Because so far throughout the video, the reason why I was pretty quiet throughout the video is because he didn't say anything that I felt the need to like elaborate on or like argue against or even elaborate on. However, it is true that Castoria did make the game a lot easier. But if we're gonna be honest, Castoria wasn't the first one. I think she may have been the most impactful one. Um, but he should have gone even further back with Scotty first. I mean, instead of just Castoria, he should have mentioned Scotty, Castoria, fucking Oberon. Like, why did he pick on fucking Castoria when Oberon exists? I do think that Castoria is probably, because you can use Castoria for both farming and challenge quests. So in terms of, well, I mean, same thing with Oberon too, but Castoria is a lot easier to use because Oberon can fuck you with his third skill if you don't use it right, or if your DPS doesn't kill an enemy right away or on that same turn. But like, I'm surprised he didn't bring up like fucking Oberon of all people. Because, like, Castoria makes challenge quests a lot fucking easier. I don't want to call it a fucking cakewalk because, unlike most other gacha games, FGO actually has some mechanics that you better fucking know. I don't know if Sunil... I don't know how much of FGO Sunil knows. I mean, just judging off this fucking team here, I can't imagine he knows that he knows that much. But let me not be so judgmental here. I think FGO is not a great example to use here, even if it technically fits what he's trying to talk about. Because knowing what I know about FGO's gameplay, you can still have the most fucking busted servants. The game will still throw challenge quests at you where the game doesn't give a shit how many fucking broken ass characters you bring. You can bring Oberon, you can bring Castoria, you can bring fucking KOL and all the other fucking busted ass support servants you want. If you don't know what you're doing, you're fucked. And honestly, I could say the same thing about Arknights too. Like, I have almost every single character in Arknights as well. Almost every single 6-star except for Jolie. I forget. I don't know how to pronounce their name. Her name. They're the only one that I'm missing. But everyone else. But I still occasionally have trouble with certain maps where it's like, oh damn, I'm getting my ass kicked. And it's because I don't know the mechanics. Like, even bringing Walter can only help so much. Like, to be fair, again, just like kind of like having Castoria and FGO, bringing Walter into a really hard Arknights node can certainly help. It'll give me a much better chance of clearing me clearing, or it'll give me a much better chance of me clearing that node. A bit more brain dead than what the game kind of expects out of you. But is it always going to be a guarantee? No. I've played enough of Arknights to know that sometimes there are some nodes where the game's just like, ha, you brought Weezadil. Cute. Right? And fucking brain dead players like me who usually rely on just, brute forcing my dick through the fucking node, all of a sudden that doesn't work. And I'm just kind of sit here, scratch my head like, brute forcing that doesn't work. I wonder what I should do. Now, to be fair, those kinds of fights are few and far between, unless you're talking about like FGO's advanced quests, I guess. It's not all the time. But then again, maybe Suna will address this later. But then again, once you've played enough gacha, this is kind of what you have to expect. I mean, I'm pretty sure Sunil has even mentioned this in this video proper so far, where it's like, this is kind of what gacha players have come to expect. It's like, if you're not happy with how gacha gameplay evolves over time, then I'm sorry, but gacha games are not for you. Like I don't know how else to say that. And I don't know how else to say it without coming off as a fucking asshole. Gachas are just not for you, man. They just aren't. Eventually, if you work on a gacha account for long enough, eventually if you will hit a point, you will get to a point, and it depends on the gacha game, I suppose, but eventually you should reach a point where you have all the top, not all, but you have a couple of top tiers in the game who just fucking trivialize like 9% of the game for you, and the other 10% you could probably just look up how to do it, because you already have all the tools to do so. So now it's just a matter of, you just have to figure out how to do it. So like, if you're not prepared to accept that as like a reality of gacha endgame, I'm sorry, but you should probably quit gacha games. Like, don't even wait. Like if you don't like that kind of experience, if you don't like that kind of account progression, like, I'm sorry, but save yourself the trouble. Like, save yourself the time. Don't play gacha games. Go play normal games. Kind of reminds you of Tabora, where you want Enfield to be a regular game. I don't quite. Well, I wouldn't quite agree. I don't think it's gone that far yet. I kind of see where you're coming from with that, but so far Suno's just, he's saying he hasn't said anything that I kind of like raise my eyebrow at. Well, I mean, I'm raising my eyebrow whatever the fuck this team is that I'm looking at, but other than that, so far the video's been pretty solid. Enfield feels like a regular game. Even Rex said so. Oh, really? Did he? If he said so, then there's probably some truth to that. Hey, yo, Zodan. Welcome back, man. How's it going? Hope you've been doing well. Stuck today. Moving all your video files onto a thumb drive. Oh, damn. You don't have like a Google Drive or something like that, or you just prefer moving things physically? But yeah, I'm currently reacting to a video by Suno called "Why Gachas Have Terrible Gameplay." So yeah, good to hear back from you, Zodan. Hope you've been doing well. Okay. Anyways, just wanted to get that off my chest for now.
And player progression getting hurt by newer units doesn't just exist for old content either. For example, roguelites. Going back to Dark Knights, my run will be considerably different if I start with a meta unit or not. And to be 100, if I'm doing the higher difficulty stages, it gets to a point where you need to start with those overpowered units. Now, all in all, not that big a problem because of how generous the game is, so when you reach that point, you'll have units that can clear it. But if you're not at that point, and are a player wanting to try out the roguelikes, your experience will be much harder or much easier compared to who you got to start with. Then compare it to Night Rain. Has 8 characters that all feel different to play, and every single run you do has, of course, randomness, but the difficulty of it is suited to what the game expects of you, not what you have to beat the game. The difficulty difference between the roguelike in any gacha game basically, and a regular roguelike is considerably different. In regular ones, it feels like I'm walking into an even playing field. In gachas, it feels like I'm choosing which level of bullshit I want to indulge in. Because how player progression is measured with the game in mind heavily changes if it's a gacha, and this is pretty much the case for all of them. But that's
what I'll add here is I'm fairly certain, because Suno sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I'm assuming that Suno has like mentioned this either earlier in this video or in a different video from before in the past. But what I want to add to Suno talking about how different gameplay progression is between like normal in quotes games and then gacha games is that for gacha games, again, one of the most important things you have to understand about gacha games is that your progression is tied to the characters, or at least a big part of it, right? Because it's a gacha. Gachas make their money selling characters. So it's like, of course, your account progression is going to be tied to the characters in a big way. Right? The game is balanced around what the characters are capable of, or at least part of gacha games is based around what the characters themselves are capable of, what kind of skills and how much power they have, blah blah blah. Whereas in normal games, like, they don't usually do that, right? Normal games, because they're not gacha games, um they don't try to sell their gameplay to you based on the characters. It's from the gameplay itself. So they take a obviously they take a much different path when it comes to well, how should I say this? Let me back up a bit. Obviously the feeling of like gameplay progression in normal games and gacha games was always going to feel very, very different. So just wanted to make that perfectly clear in case, they need clarification for some reason.
Enough of that problem. The next one I want to bring up is found in Genshin Impact. Now, little side note when it comes to Genshin, I do want to make the distinction between gameplay and combat. Just combat would be how the game plays from battle to battle, right? But the gameplay is more the overall package, and that would include the team building as well. And the reason I make that distinction is because how I feel about the combat and how I feel about the team building is worlds apart. The team building and the reaction system is genuinely a masterpiece in game design. The gameplay is... yeah. The long and short of why I don't like the combat is actually two-parter at this point. See, at first I wrote a fair bit of the Genshin segment based upon my thoughts of the game from when I last quit it. Then for gathering footage, I re-downloaded it and played the 2 new game modes in the Spiral Abyss. Then I realized they address the problems for some game modes and fights, but still kind of miss the mark. So the problem I have with Genshin is the combat is very formulaic. You go into a fight, start your rotation. Generally speaking, with the teams I ended up using, you swap in, Q and E, swap, Q and E, swap, Q and E, swap, do whatever you gotta do to get the damage off on your hyper carry. That's it. Most combat you're gonna do in the game is gonna be like that. A variation of swapping as you spam Q and E and sometimes left click. Throughout most teams you'll make in the game, they'll feel pretty much the same on the mechanical end of what you, the player, is inputting. When you have your team, the way you play them from when you got them to hours later is gonna look pretty much the same, bar having more energy regen for tighter rotations. And other people using the team will look similar as well, because you stick to the rotation. It's optimal. That is what you're meant to do. But the rotation itself being boring and the fact that you as a player barely have reason to change this singular rotation is the problem. There's not much that pushes you outside of this. At most, you can maybe double back to a healer to press one additional button if it's needed, but aside from that, same shit, different day, with the exception of some enemies. An easy example is like Scaramouche. In that boss fight, you gotta spend the second half dodging and building up resources before you stagger him and kill him. But aside from that, the enemies in the game, and most importantly the Spiral Abyss, usually just stand there like training dummies as you wail on them. They don't really got interesting attacks aside from something you occasionally need to dodge. It makes the game mode just a damage check instead of really being hard to clear. And that's the problem I had with the combat in the past. Now, it's a little different. They've introduced new enemies that make you as the player actually play differently. Like, the enemy in the first floor of floor 11 chamber 3 for this current Spiral Abyss. That one you cannot just mindlessly attack to beat it. You have to play into its mechanic. And what's that mechanic? It rips away all your energy if you stand next to it after it first spawns in. And the way to stop that is to break its shield, which will give your energy back. The thing is, a lot of characters need to use their ultimates to break it, so they need energy, which the enemy rips away from you. What are we doing here? You took the most integral part of the gameplay away with an enemy mechanic. Why? But to be honest, aside from how annoyed I was when I first found the enemy,
we know
I
why.
did appreciate it existing, because it made me actually play differently for once. The enemy wasn't just a punching bag, I had to counter what it was doing. So, what are the ways to counter it? Well, the ones I found were wait out its time on the sidelines so the attack's done. Not optimal, you lose a lot of time. The other is freeze it before it does the attack so you cancel it. Or you can bring in characters that are more built around using their skill for damage and reactions, whose ultimate isn't really needed for breaking the shield. Or you can bring in Mavwika or Skirk, because they both don't lose their ult energy from it. They just ignore the boss's mechanic, as both of their banners are up during this rotation, and the Abyss buffs up pyro and cryo damage. Kind of feels like you're putting on a strap-on and selling me the lube, doesn't it? So here's the problem with it being a gacha. It's that
Stygian Onslaught fixes it. This video was out 4 weeks ago, right? We had Stygian Onslaught in the previous in Genshin's last patch too, right? I wonder if Sunil knew about Stygian Onslaught. Because from what I'm hearing, Stygian Onslaught actually forces players to actually fucking learn the mechanics. So given what I'm hearing here, it sounds like Sunil would really enjoy Stygian Onslaught. Or, you know, he'd enjoy it more than fucking Spiral Abyss, at least. Gonna head out, just lurking. Alright, Krona, take care, man. And hopefully I'll get back to you on Discord.
2 out of these 4 strategies revolve around you gambling. Only 2 because you could still freeze the enemy with a free-to-play team. But for the other ones, if you needed characters that are very good at triggering the reactions with just their skills, you more than likely gotta gamble for them. Either for 5 stars like that or constellations on 4 stars to make them actually usable. Mainly that's just the case for the newer 4 stars. Or you can swipe on one of the 2 banners active during this abyss and skip the enemy mechanic entirely. Now, not saying it's impossible if you don't do that, but you're going to have a considerably harder time if you don't. You know, the thing is, the boss was different to engage with, and in any other game it'd be interesting to take in a different team comp for this challenge, but Genshin, with being a gacha game, makes that difficult because to have a wealth of team comps means you've also needed to engage with the gambling. So it's not like it's a level playing field on a game of what you can use, but ends up being a case of who you have. And this ain't the first time Genshin's done it either. Enter the entire Night Soul mechanic, which some boss...
Before it goes on about this Night Soul thing, I mean, I don't know how long Suno's been playing gacha games for, but hey Suno, welcome to gacha games. And for anybody else who didn't realize, who hasn't realized yet that gacha games revolve around your characters, welcome to gacha games. The characters are literally everything about gacha games. If you are not playing gacha games for the characters, why the fuck are you playing them in the first place? Like, nothing Suno is saying here is wrong, per se. But, actually, I forget who it was in YouTube chat who, was like, this video is kind of reminds them of, Taboro's video and his, on Enfield and shit like that. But, yeah, perhaps I'm being biased or I'm being influenced by that comment from my YouTube chat earlier. But, yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It sounds more and more like Suno came from a very heavy, no, heavy is kind of weird way to put that. But it sounds like Suno came from a normal game background, and then made his way into gacha games somehow. I could be wrong because he does play Arknights and he does play FGO. I don't know if he's a fucking maniac like Psyche where he started with Genshin, but then he went back to play older gacha games. That's a fucking specimen and a half. I don't know if Suno was the same way. I don't know the guy, personally, obviously. But if he did in fact do that, then, you know, credit where credit is due, because most gacha players do not do that. So for now, I'm assuming that he's been playing gacha games for a while. But if he's been playing gacha games for a while, he talks as if he doesn't, or he talks as if he hasn't. It's like he's talking about these things as if like, oh, like wow, it's like gacha games are so focused on their characters. You have to roll for characters to deal with gameplay mechanics that you see in gacha games. It's like, and I'm just sitting here listening to this. I'm like, bruh, you play FGO. Should you not have known this already? Like, why is Suno here acting like this is some sort of like fucking revelation here? Like, am I crazy for thinking that Suno kind of sounds like this? Kind of sounds like that in this video. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a bit too maybe I'm just being a bit too harsh here. Maybe I'm just being a bit too what's the word that I'm looking for here? Not pessimistic. I don't know, actually. I don't know what I'm feeling some type of way here listening to Suno talk about this shit. But it's not pessimistic. It's not caustic either. Yes, cynical. Yeah, cynical is the word that I was looking for. I had that word on the tip of my tongue, but I lost it. But yeah, no, thanks, Blade 420. Yeah, cynical is the word I'm looking for. Maybe I'm just being too cynical about it. But it's like motherfucker, motherfucker plays Arknights and FGO, and he's making a video wondering, maybe not wondering, but like discussing like, oh my god, gacha games need to rely on characters to help you deal with certain mechanics, and if you don't have those characters, then you might be kind of fucked. It's like, bro, welcome to gacha games. How long have you been playing them for? Doesn't he slightly remind you of Tabaro? I mean, I don't know if it was you, student, who gave me that comment, who put that comment that I was mentioning just now, but maybe not of Tabaro specifically, but like their vibes are similar. That's such a fucking cop out answer. I realize that, but their vibes are pretty similar. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think I just mentioned before that I'm thinking that Sunil came from a normal game background, and then he got into gacha games through, like, I don't know, Genshin Impact or something. Like, that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting here. I could be wrong, right? Because he, again, for like the second, third time, he showed his own FGO gameplay and his own Arknights gameplay. So, and those two games came out before Genshin. And it did look like he had some. I mean, his Arknights account was definitely developed. I don't know how much he's worked on his FGO account though. But I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's been around gacha games for quite some time. I'm just kind of curious to know how long he's been playing gacha games for. Just so I have a better idea of his knowledge of gacha games, or I can estimate it better, I guess. Because like everything he's saying is like, yeah, there's nothing for me to really elaborate on. These are basically everything he said is basically shit that I would have said too. When I'm explaining how gacha games work to like somebody who's never played gacha games before. It's just that I'm just surprised by his tone. Him sound like, oh my god, like gacha games rely on their characters. Like, who knew? Like, oh my god, guys, that this is such a revelation, guys. It's like, I know I'm exaggerating here, but that's that's the kind of vibe that I'm getting. And for someone like and this coming from somebody like Sunu, who plays FGO and plays Arknights of all games, that's. I don't know. I don't want to say that something's not adding up here per se, but I'm very curious to know, like when Sunu started playing gachas. You think he started playing with Arknights? I'm assuming Arknights Global, in which case that would have been 2020 as well. So same year as Genshin. A lot of gacha games have like color weakness wheel. Yeah, like this like some sort of like rock paper scissors system, right? Yeah. Like Genshin's far from it. FGO has that. Plenty of gacha games have that. Like, let me just go down the list of gacha games that I play that do that, like fucking, rock paper scissors, I'm good against you type shit. FGO does that. GFL I don't think that the GFL1 I don't think did that. Azure Lane, I think technically has a system where, because I know that in Azure Lane, different like gun types have different like ammo types. There's like normal damage, there's like high explosive, and there's armor piercing. And so I think armor piercing is good against like heavier class types, like, I don't know, heavy cruisers and battleships and carriers, I think. Whereas high explosive damage is better against like the lighter ships, like light cruisers and like destroyers and shit like that. So technically Azure Lane has that. Most of the time it doesn't really matter though. Arknights, technically Arknights does too, because there's the whole like, oh, like you have operators and Arknights who do arts damage, and arts damage is really good against enemies who have really high defense but very low arts resist, right? And then vice versa for physical damage characters, where they're good against most enemies, or certain enemies that have really high arts resist but have really low physical resist for some reason. Though those kinds of enemies are admittedly kind of rare. So technically Arknights has something similar, but not like a true like RPS system. Certainly nowhere to the degree as like FGO, for example. Genshin technically has one because there are certain elements that are good against others, right? You use fire to break ice shields. You use hydro to evaporate fire or pyro. You use dendro and freeze and cryo, I think, against water, hydro shields, so on and so forth. So there are certainly there is a bit of a rock paper scissors element in Genshin. Blue Archive certainly has a rock paper scissors mode where you have every character is either one of like 4 or 5 different ammo types, and each ammo type is good against their corresponding armor type. But they're weak, neutral against others, and then weak to one of them, where they do like half damage or something like that, or a lot less damage against one of them. So yeah, Blue Archive has one. What else? Technically, Nikke has one too, right? Nikke has all the enemies in the game have like certain weaknesses, or at least the bosses do. That's why having the right elemental teams in Nikke is really important, because they do bonus damage or something, right? Hanako's like, what is weakness? Yeah. Fucking Sonic privilege. Purple damage privilege. Yeah, so Nikke technically has a rock paper scissors element, or at least maybe not a full blown rock paper scissors element, but at least a gameplay element where you have to match certain characters who have the right damage type against the right bosses that take bonus damage from whatever the element is. I guess technically Wu is kind of similar in that respect, but it's not a true like rock paper scissors. Is that it? Snowbreak doesn't really have anything like that, I don't think. Though Snowbreak characters do have elemental damage, though. Zenless, I don't think has that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Zenless doesn't have that. At least I don't think so. Magia Record. Sorry, well, I guess Magia Record too, if I remember correctly. Exedra has that. Obviously, Star Rail has that. Well, Star Rail and Exedra aren't really like an RPS system. It's more like what the shit from Nikke and the other game that I was talking about. Nikke and Wuwa, yeah, where it's like, oh, just bring certain the characters who have the right element to deal bonus damage and break enemies faster if they're weak to that element, something like that. Yeah. He did say he's role-playing as a hater, and true, I did forget about that. Yeah, good point there. That was a detail that I probably should have kept in mind, because I think he said something about him playing devil's advocate here in this video. But problem with that for like a YouTube video is like it's just like what happened to me. There's a very big chance that viewers will forget that this all started from like a from the the person doing the video like trying to play devil's advocate. So I think it would have been better if Suno wasn't trying to like intentionally be like a quote unquote hater in regards to this topic, but that is a good point, true. So hopefully I'll keep that in mind for the rest of this video. Does Snowbreak have operator skins? Yes, definitely. You should see some of them. Some of them are pretty fucking gooner. I think GFL2 skins are overall slightly more gooner, but Snowbreak's got some pretty good skins too. Like, Snowbreak's no slouch either. You mean tactical skins? Not really, no. Snowbreak has gone full fucking gooner. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you ask. They don't really have like super tactical skins. Maybe there are some like really old skins that the game had from the beginning before it went full gooner, that are more like up your alley when it comes to like tactical stuff or like tactical looking costumes, but those are gonna be really old though. So Yeah, Snowbreak did have some. It does have some tactical skins, but they're really yeah, exactly. Because they were, like I said, they were from like the first year or two of the game when before they decide to before the Amazing Season devs decide to just be like fuck it, game's about to shut down, YOLO, and they just fucking started combing everywhere. Missed out on a skin in Snowbreak because you didn't play before the censorship. Sugar Queen, Fenny, you were a Fenny enjoyer. Ah, I see. That sucks. I mean, hey Zodan, I don't know if you know, but there is they did implement a super secret method to disable the censorship. As long as you play outside of China, of course, which I assume is the case for you. But all you have to do is like just go to your Snowbreak like installation files wherever it's downloaded, whichever drive it's downloaded on. Go into like a certain folder, I think I forget which one it is, and literally all you have to do is like pull up a specific notepad file and then change the value on that from 0 to 1, and that's it. And just make sure to save the notepad the change from 0 to 1, and then just boot up Snowbreak and it'll give you the uncensored version. Anyways, let's continue on with this video.
Interact with a lot, but guess what? Only Natlin characters can do shit when it comes to the Night Soul mechanic, so you gotta use them for it. Any non-Natlin character can't do shit about that, like this fucking boss. It has an entire mechanic where you need a Natlin character to climb up a pillar to hit these things. Granted, you can, not by design, get by with jumping up certain spots for certain character models or using a Zhongli pillar, but why the fuck did they make this just a Natlin character thing instead of a mechanic of the game normally?
To make money!
Climbing's already in the game. You didn't have to make our characters' upper body strength the equivalent of the people who actually play the game to rip that shit away from us, but they did it that way because they want people to swipe. Granted, they give you free options to help with it, but again, the problem comes back to it being a gacha. Yes, you could use the free options, but they'll be significantly worse than the paid ones.
You did that frame 1. Okay, so you already knew about the uncensored trick. Still didn't let you back. Okay, yeah. I remember. You must be talking about the skins that got removed from the shop entirely. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Well, either way, sorry to hear that you missed out on those particular skins. Yeah, unfortunately, they'll probably never sell them again, but. You didn't hear this from me, but that's what mods are for. But again, shh, you didn't hear that from me. Venti works, right? I actually don't know. I don't know if Venti would work here. Maybe. I will say that the two pillars for this boss are pretty far away from each other, so I don't know if Venti would be able to hit both of them. Not to mention, if the pillars here on the top that you have to hit by climbing them, right? If the top of the pillars that you have to hit are tagged as enemies that you can target, which I'm pretty sure they are. The problem is that Venti will remember in Genshin there's no manual targeting, right? You can't just put down ult in the exact spot that you want to unless well, at least if it's a ranged ult, right? Like Venti's ult. Venti will just put that shit right on top of whichever enemy is closest to him, right? Because that's how auto targeting works in a game like Genshin. So if the top of the pillars are tagged as enemies that your characters can actually target, then what'll end up happening is Venti will almost always well, actually not almost always, will always go after whichever pillar is closer to him. So at that point, he wouldn't be able to hit the other one. Maybe his skill can. Maybe he can drop his ult down on one pillar and then use his skill on the other one. Maybe it'll hit, but I don't know. I've never tried. I would imagine Hoyo thought about that and made sure that doesn't work, though. Unfortunately. Whereas Kachina, she's a free 4-star. Yeah, I think Suno forgot about her, but to be fair, like, who the fuck brings Kachina to Abyss? Unless you're just a Kachina enjoyer, in which case, well, I mean, more power to you, but you hate modding? Yeah, modding can be a fucking pain in the ass, so I don't blame you. Yeah, it's the real Zodan. He's been in my chat before. Not notorious enough to have imposters already. I mean, with people like Saint Tontus, I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to worry about having imposters to begin with. Saint Tontus already does that for us. But yeah, it's the real deal. At least I hope so. Anyways,
Aside from that, Genshin has, in the past,
you would use Kachina to climb. I mean, yes, I get that, but like in Spiral Abyss. Like, bruh, if you're bringing Kachina into Spiral Abyss, especially the floor 12, then it's like, well, unless you just have an extremely cracked Kachina build, like, I don't see how you would willingly bring in Kachina just to fight this boss, is what I'm trying to say. So,
in my opinion, felt like a game that valued vertical investment a lot. That's why Constellations are so broken. They made it so that you'll be more likely to invest heavily into some characters you love over horizontal progression, because for years, only 2 teams was enough. But now there's a mechanic that you can't use your old vertically invested characters to beat, and instead, you're incentivized to roll for newer ones, which maybe wouldn't be too bad on its own, but the game gives you fuck nothing in terms of pulls, and Nadlin has been horrifically bad with the pull economy compared to other patches. And then there's the theater mode which came out recently, and I'm gonna say something controversial. I actually really like playing it. I enjoyed it. It gave me whack-ass teams, and I had to think about what was optimal to use for them, instead of the same sequence I've done thousands of times. But the problem of the theater mode is that you need a horizontally invested account to really engage with it. They give you trial units, but they're kind of...
So, I'm going to, kind of, go off of what I mentioned before. Wow, he hasn't been playing Genshin for a while, huh? Maybe, because I saw he was using a Hu Tao team. Maybe Suno only played, Genshin for, like, a little bit in the beginning, but he hasn't really kept up with it. Like, I'm surprised he doesn't even have Rosaria. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'd understand if he doesn't have, like, Risley or Linny. I'm a little bit surprised he doesn't have, Tartaglia, but I'm surprised he has fucking Dahlia, though. Why did he roll for Dahlia? Did he try rolling for, who was it? Skirk? Was it Skirk or was it somebody else that Dahlia was on raid up with? But oh no, he does have Rosaria. Okay, never. Why'd you know? No, he does have Rosaria. Yeah. It's just that they're selected up here. So I guess yeah, he doesn't have. I'm assuming he doesn't have Lenny, Tartaglia, or Risley because otherwise, if he did have them, then the game would show their character levels instead of their names. So no, he does have Rosaria. That makes sense. But yeah, him not having Risley and Lenny makes sense too, because they're Fontaine characters.
Dog shit, not gonna...
Kachina can still hold Cinder. I guess you're right. I mean, she was always meant to be more of a utility / support anyway. So yeah, I guess you're right. I guess she could still make something. You could still make something happen with her. You need properly leveled characters. I think that's called endgame. I know, right? You figured it out, Kurogane. This just in: endgame modes require endgame investment. But me being cynical and sarcastic aside, what I want to add to this it's kind of building off of what I mentioned before about how gacha games revolve around characters, and gacha games are all about or gacha game progression is all about characters. What I want to add to this is that because Suno brought up the whole, horizontal and vertical investment stuff. I was telling people, like, even way before the theater mode came out for Genshin, that you should think about leveling characters that that aren't your go-tos, right? Because yes, for the first like fucking 4 years of Genshin's life cycle, it's like, yeah, the only endgame mode we had to deal with was just basically Spiral Abyss, right? And so people got complacent, right? People got complacent. Oh, you only need fucking Rite and National and just bring in a second team and whatever, and you can just leave the rest of your account to fucking rot or something. But me playing gacha and having played gacha games for years, like, I knew that well, maybe I didn't know. Let me not pretend like I'm taking credit for something that I shouldn't be taking credit for. But I've played enough gacha games to know, and so have you guys in chat, if you've played enough gacha games. If you've played enough gacha games, you will know that horizontal investment is oftentimes just as important as vertical. Matter of fact, in older gacha games where you didn't have, bullshit artifacts and bullshit RNG gear to deal with, horizontal investment was basically the name of the game. Well, I guess in FGO's case, vertical investment did still exist because of how fucking annoying it is to, level up the skills, all the way to level 10 for each and every single fucking character, especially if they were 5 stars. But either way, though, if you've been playing gacha games for long enough, like, you will understand eventually, as long as you're not playing with your eyes fucking, stapled shut, that gacha games eventually, at least most of them, expect some degree of horizontal investment out of you. Like, it's not going to be enough to just rely on 2 teams and that's it. I mean, for Genshin was a big outlier in that sense. The problem is that Genshin was also the gacha game that most people played. A lot of gacha players these days started out with, and so that's their base. That's their point of reference, right? That's their fucking point of reference. So when Theater came out, a ton of people got caught off guard. Like, oh my god, we actually need to level other characters now? Oh my god. Like, oh my god, I fucking hate the theater mode because, the game's forcing me to use characters that I don't even have level. Oh my god, how could this happen? How dare they do this? When in reality, if you've been playing gacha games for long enough, you should have seen that coming. Like, I do think that the main criticism I have with theater mode in Genshin is that Hoyo didn't release it sooner. Like, if they had waited 2 years and then given us theater mode, I think that would have been much better, because that way it would have given all the fucking, the current day Woowa dick suckers, it would have thrown them a bone too. It's like, oh, here's another endgame mode that you can have fun with now, right? Where you're forced to build different characters, or hell, in the game, it's in the game mode itself, you have to figure out what to do with like different characters that you would normally not use. Or at least, using characters in like different teams that you would normally never run, because you have to think about, you want to save your best characters for the later stages because that's where they're needed most. So you got to think about how to clear all the other stages leading up to it with other teams and other characters that you normally wouldn't run, right? Like, the main problem with Genshin's theater mode is that it didn't come out sooner. And instead, we got fucking 4 years of fucking Spiral Abyss as our only endgame mode. And so by the time they finally put out the theater mode, it caught so many Genshin players off guard. Because now they're like, wait, you're telling us to fucking start investing horizontally now after 4 years of doing nothing but vertical? So it's like, I get why a lot of Genshin players were like caught off guard, and where they were kind of pissed that, oh my, like, why is this Dream Theater mode all of a sudden asking us to bring a whole bunch of characters now when we only had to bring at most 8 before? But at the same time, Genshin is still a gacha game, and in my opinion, they were going to do something like this eventually, so you need to have prepared beforehand. It's part of the reason why I went ahead and fucking max leveled and geared out all my characters in Genshin Impact individually. I mean, there are some characters that I still have yet to level, to be fair, or to truly gear up, but most of the characters on my account, they're good to go. I can use them whenever I want. I might not be very good with them, right? Because there are certainly some characters that I know how to play much better than others, but they're there on my account. They're there if I need them. Most of them anyway. So it's like, newsflash everyone, horizontal investment is pretty fucking important. I mean, if you understand how gacha games work, I mean, as I explained earlier, where gacha games, the progression in gacha games are tied to characters, put 2 and 2 together, and you'll realize that, hey, maybe I should start, leveling up some other characters who I don't normally use, in case I ever need them for whatever reason. I wonder when I could use them. Oh, what's that? We have a new endgame mode that forces us to use a whole bunch of characters at once, and we can't just keep using the same fucking 2 teams over and over and over and over? Oh, well, there you go. As someone who doesn't play Genshin, this guy's complaining about basically every gacha game endgame. It feels like. To be fair, as someone in my YouTube chat did point this out, Sunil here is apparently at the beginning of the video he did make a point to say that he's trying to play like devil's advocate or something. Like he said, I think more accurately he said something like, "Oh, he's going to turn into this video's worst hater or something." So he is kind of like again playing devil's advocate here. So now that I remember that, thanks to the guy from YouTube chat who mentioned that, I'm trying not to be as harsh to Sunil here, because I did forget that he said something like that at the beginning. So yeah, just keep that in mind, I guess. Hey Zara, welcome back, man. And hey Crackcaster, I don't know when you showed up, but good to see you back again. When theater came out, everyone was flipping the fuck out. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here like, I'm ready, coach. Put me in. Yeah, exactly. I still remember the first time I did theater, like last year, like a year and a half ago, and I was like, bruh, this shit easy. What are people fucking bitching about? And then I realized, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, people don't have that many built characters. Or at least a lot of players out there don't have a lot of characters built. All they have are fucking, Raiden National and, maybe a Farina team, and that's it. In gacha games, it truly is horizontal investment is more important than vertical. I mean, that's how it traditionally has been, yeah. But I think modern gacha games, it's a bit different because I think another important element that we have to consider is that starting with Genshin, right? The rise of like new school or new age gacha games like the Big Four gachas and others, and even GFL2, right? What you have to understand is that old school gacha games like pumped out characters like nobody's fucking business, right? Like take FGO for example. Every time FGO gets a fucking banner, we get like, I don't know, like 3, 4, 5 new characters at once. Not all the time, of course. We still have some banners where we only get like 1 new character, maybe only 2. But, every time we get a summer banner, that's another fucking 6 or 7 new servants right fucking there. All right, anytime Azure Lane has a banner, they fucking put out fucking 5, 6, 7 new characters all at once. Maybe a bit less than that these days, but you get my point, right? As opposed to big production gacha games these days, like the Big Four, whenever they put out a character, it's usually only 1 character at a time, maybe 2, right? One new 5-star, and then maybe 1 new 4-star in case the developers haven't forgotten that 4-star characters exist. And that's pretty much it, right? So, it is a different era. It is a different way of like managing gacha games, but even still, even taking that into consideration, where newer gacha games these days focus like less on like the quantity of new gacha characters and more so on the quality, and therefore they don't put out as many, especially not with how the Big Four gacha is currently designed. It's like even still, horizontal investment is still important. Like gacha players should expect to have to at some point start investing into other characters that they've either been neglecting or like they don't normally see themselves using. So. I haven't played Genshin in years, so you're a bit lost on Endgame. Endgame for a Genshin can be summed up with do you have Natlan characters? Do you have Malwika? Do you have Sitlali? Yeah. Do you have the really important Natlan characters basically? Do you have Zelonan, for example? But a lot of the older teams still work pretty well. Like Raiden National is still kicking ass, obviously. We did get a new Fontaine character named Escoffier, and she was able to revive Super Freeze teams for what that's worth. So that way Super Freeze teams can actually start doing some damage too. Zenless does it better because they add trial characters like to their events and stuff like that. I guess so. Yeah. I mean, Genshin used to do that, but for some reason not anymore. Well, not for some reason. We know exactly the reason. Zoomers are like, all right, Grandpa, gotcha player, let's get you to bed. All right, Unk, let's get you to bed, man. I mean, hey, they can keep bitching about, oh, why are gotchas like this? And they'll forever be stuck with their brains on backwards, wondering why the fuck gotchas are the way they are. You don't know how free-to-play players don't consider investing in their entire roster when they don't even have that many characters to work with. Are they just spending weeks throwing their stamina into gear grind? Yeah, Zodan. Unironically, I think that's what a lot of people do. Because remember, especially with streamers and a lot of their content, whenever they play like any of the big four gotchas, being nothing but just them grinding artifacts and shit, right? Because they're trying to chase like the perfect artifact substats or like gear substats so they can post that shit onto Twitter or something and have their Twitter clip go viral. I mean, even without like talking about the streamer side of things, right? I mean, people love the Gamba. I mean, it's why people play gacha games to begin with, right? Right, because you never know if you spend just a bit more stamina, doing one more gear run in like Genshin or something in like an artifact domain somewhere. You never know. You might get that perfect god piece that you've been looking for all this time. You don't know. It could happen. So, like unironically, Zoden, I think that's part of the reason. That's part of what's going on here. Like a lot of free to play players like neglecting the rest of their account outside of their most used characters like Raiden National or something. And just going into nothing but gear grind to like super hyper optimize their teams instead of doing what they should do, which is invest some time and resources into at least stabilizing some other characters where they can also be useful in case their main team can't quite beat the shit out of everything they see. So. But yeah, hopefully that answered your question. But yeah, if you're heading out, Zodan, thanks for hanging out, man, and we'll catch you next time. Hopefully we'll see you next time. A lot of people also do. Yeah, that too, Aston X. Yeah, they're just as gated by stamina too. So instead of feeling the need to level up different characters, they're just like, well, I don't have that much stamina, and building a whole new character is gonna take ages. So they just decide to do what's easy and fucking farm artifact domains all day. Hey, Haviland, how's it going, man? Weekday 2 who hits different, yeah. But glad you're enjoying it though. It's much easier to build a character, a roster in Star Rail. In Genshin, it feels horrible. I kind of agree to an extent. Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from with that. Yeah. Yeah. Star Rail characters definitely seem like they're more tailor built to accommodate, easier gearing. Whereas with Genshin, it's like, well, you're kind of fucking on your own, I guess. Don't the materials and relics on average take about 30 days of stamina depending on the game? As a pure free to play, maybe it could actually. I don't know. Never tested it myself, but wouldn't be surprised. Okay, let's continue on with the video.
Lie. On normal difficulty, not a problem. The second you go higher, you're gonna want to start to gamble for units. And this problem ain't helped by the fact you could really only use characters of a specific element for that rotation. And yes, you do have friend units you could use, but that's only once per season. Not run. Season. So the game mode on paper is really fun to play, but in practice, a lot of the enjoyment of it comes from a gambling check because it's a gacha. If you don't have a wide array of invested units, you're kinda just fucked. If it was a regular game, this wouldn't be a problem. Now, this does sound like it's coming to the basic problem of you don't have all the characters in the game, therefore game bad. Which is why I want to clear this up. The problem isn't that you don't have all the characters. The problem is that the game is putting very arbitrary checks in gameplay that makes you want or need to gamble more.
Before Sunil goes on further than that, maybe he might explain this himself, but before he does, the answer to that is very simple. Remember, never forget, chat, gacha games are intended to be casual as fuck. The reason why a lot of gacha games out there have these straight up rock paper scissors like damage systems or like offensive systems and stuff like that, right, is because it hella simplifies gameplay, right? Rock paper scissors is one of the easiest games that you can play, right? Just, rock, paper, and scissors. You have 3 choices, right? Each like move each move beats one move, ties with the same one, and then loses to another, right? Rock beats scissors, ties with another rock, but loses the paper, right? Very simple concept. Gacha games, especially gacha games these days, like the new age gachas, at least a lot of them. There are some exceptions, of course. And I hope there are more exceptions too, but at least for the big 4, right? A lot of the time, the reason why gacha games have such simple gameplay is because they're casual. They're trying to go for a big audience, and so they have, or at least they don't have to, but the developers feel compelled to make to like really dumb down the gameplay. One of the ways they dumb down the gameplay is to really focus everything on the characters. Hence why gacha games focus so much on the characters, so that the characters basically do everything, right? Because people are gonna roll for the characters regardless. So people expect that the characters themselves are very strong, right? Because if they're not, then why the fuck would they even roll for these characters in the first place? So they have to be strong. It's kind of like a self-repeating loop here, right? Where it's like gacha games want to sell characters. The characters have to be strong because that's what the players expect, right? If they're going to spend all their hard-earned gems and even cash to roll for new characters, which means that the gameplay has to be casual, and it just feeds into each other over and over and over and over. That's basically the long and short of it. That's why gacha games make you fucking roll for this shit, because the games themselves are always meant to be casual, because that's the kind of audience that gacha games is trying to go for, especially the bigger ones. Again, there are exceptions. There are some gacha games out there that have gameplay that definitely doesn't fit the whole cookie cutter, fucking rock paper scissors I win, rock paper scissors I win you lose formula. But for the most part, in the big 4 gachas, that's, except for Zenless maybe, and even then Zenless still has some of its own moments. No, this is what you should expect out of gacha games. I'm not trying to make an excuse for gacha games. I wish that gacha games could be more nuanced than that, but remember, they're gacha games at the end of the day, and gacha games are fucking hella casual. Always have been. Even the old school gachas too, to lesser extents though, to be fair. This is how gacha games have always been designed. Like it or hate it, this is what we gotta fucking deal with. And again, if that's not what you like, if you want gacha games to be more, I don't want to use this word, but if you want them to be more fair, I'm not going to tell people not to complain about it. But what I will ask people to do is to make sure that they is to like keep that in mind. Keep this in mind that this is kind of how gacha games were always designed to be. Um and the sooner you understand that, the much better of an experience, of the much better of a time you'll have, or I mean, hopefully you will. I'm sure there are some people out there who, even if they do understand that, that's not going to really help them much. In which case, those are the people who need to quit gacha games because it's not going to get any better. Like, sorry, but gacha games ain't gonna fucking change that. Like, if you want to look for gacha games that don't do that shit, then I mean, hey, Arknights is one of them. So you have that to work with. Technically, Zenless Zone Zero too, just to a lesser extent, I think. To slow power creep, they're using mechanics like Night Soul and Luocha. Not Luocha. Lunar charged mechanics actually help keep power creep in check, despite the hate for them. You'd have to elaborate on that because just that statement on its own, I'm not sure how much I agree with that. The way I see it, additional mechanics just means that who is it? Hoyo has an excuse to put in more characters that take advantage of those extra mechanics that you have to learn, or in the case of Mawika, and like who was it? Skirk, I think it was. They can simply just ignore that mechanic altogether. Hey, Lolface, thanks so much for the 3-month resub over on YouTube chat. Time for another month. Also, what do you think of the AI verification for YouTube? It's probably related to that whole that censorship drama that's been going on for the past couple of weeks. YouTube can go fuck themselves. What about the ones with PvP? What do you mean by that, Liddy? What are you asking for exactly? Like, are you just asking what I think about gacha games that have like actual PvP? I mean, it depends on the gacha. There are some gachas like Epic 7 where they actually do take their PvP fairly seriously. Epic 7 and what was it? What was that Epic 7 clone called? Etheria Restart. However, a lot of gacha games, even if they do technically have PvP, it's like what? Auto battle PvP. And so you don't really have to worry about it. So if you want to use, what is it? If you want to play one of them, then go ahead. Just understand what you're getting yourself into. Is that really going to be implemented? What, the AI verification? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe. I'm assuming I'm bracing for the worst. Gambling is part of the fun, to be fair, but every unit shouldn't be a fucking must pull. Yeah, Star Rail. Yeah, definitely agree. Oh, and it also reminded me of something I wanted to mention earlier, but I forgot about. Specifically, that was about, like, so far, I think in the past, like, 5 or 10 minutes of this video of Suno complaining about, oh, you gotta have, like, I think it was more towards, like, the middle of the video somewhere, where Suno was complaining about how, once, or was it in the first half of the video? I forget. But he was complaining about how, like, once you have all the top tier characters, or at least, some of them, and you start going into, like, current day content with them, you just blast everyone to fucking hell and high water. When he was talking about that, I do want to make one more thing clear. This is gonna sound quite revolutionary, but if you're the type of gacha player who doesn't really enjoy playing like the overtly busted characters, like, say, I don't know, Walter in Arknights or something, or like Mawika in Genshin, for example, guess what, man? The game doesn't have a gun to your head, forcing you, with their finger on the trigger, being like, "Yo, motherfucker, yo, motherfucker, play Malwika." You won't, right? They don't fucking stick you up and ask you, does Marcellus Wallace look like a fucking bitch or whatever? Whatever that dude's name was from Pulp Fiction, right? They don't ask you to say what one more goddamn time. So if you are the type of player who gets bothered by that pretty easily, then here's a solution for you. Don't use the top tiers. If using the top tiers is boring to you, don't use them. Arknights and Zenless doesn't do what? Oh, from before. Arknights and Zenless don't really have like a rock paper scissors like damage type system or whatever, whereas Genshin and Star Rail and Wuthering Waves sort of do to varying extents. Love the at gunpoint scenarios. It's a bit extreme, yeah, but like I'm just trying to illustrate the point here as best I can. But yeah, like the game doesn't have a requirement for you to fucking pull all the top tiers in the game and then clear endgame with them, right? You can clear endgame with any character you want. Like, I don't know if you're gonna get a 3-star, but technically it should be possible, right? And even if you do care about getting 3 stars in all the game modes or whatever, even if you don't have the fucking the top tier options, the game should at least give you enough. You should have enough options in the game itself to at least like work your way towards it. It's just going to take much longer, but hey, as long as you can do it, as long as it's just a matter of time and not a matter of like, oh, do you have this character or not? If you don't, then you're fucked, and there's literally nothing you can do. As long as it doesn't get to that point, then yeah, what's the big fucking deal? It's like so many players. And I would say Sunil himself here too, unless of course this is also just another bit of his for this video. I would say that a lot of gacha players out there, especially new age gacha players, have a pretty unhealthy obsession with, oh, this is meta, so I have to run them. And like they don't consider investing into anybody else. Whether it's because they think it's a waste of time and resources, or they think that you should only use meta characters, everyone else can fucking crash and burn or whatever. Like whatever the case. Like, remember, it is always your choice, right? If you don't have fun playing a gacha endgame because you feel like, oh, like the game just forces me to fucking run top tiers all day and I don't really like that, then don't fucking play. But people will still anyway because, Primo Gems. Like, how about you make that shit interesting for yourself then? If you don't want to if you don't want to just clear shit all the time, in like less than 30 seconds, just blasting meta, right? Come up with your own challenges. Make that shit interesting on your own. Put some limits on yourself and say like, oh, I can't use Riot and National here. So you have to think about, oh, what other kind of team should I come up with, right? I'm really surprised that people haven't just taken a step back and be like, huh, I'm not actually having that much fun anymore with this gacha game. But maybe, what if I use other characters that I don't usually run? I wonder what'll happen then. I wonder, how fun that would be. And yes, I understand that leveling characters, especially in any one of the big 4 gachas, can take quite a while, right? It's painstaking. That's for sure. And I don't want to like detract from that. But it's like, bro, there has to be an end to all the fucking bitching about people being like, oh, but gacha games are so boring because I have all the characters now. Well, not maybe all the characters, but I have I have like really really strong characters now, and they can clear fucking Spiral Abyss super easily, and it's like, then in that case, then have you fucking considered using somebody else for a fucking change? Has that never crossed your mind? I mean, Sunil himself has shown himself playing what, FGO at some point, right? At the beginning of the video somewhere. I think around here. Yeah, right here. He should know that there are some maniacs out there who fucking run solos. Right? Fuck a full team. Fucking solo that bitch with Ku. Like, I guess I can give like new age gacha players a pass because again, a lot of new age players started playing gacha games with Genshin, and so they simply didn't know how gacha games are, or how what they're like, or how they are. I guess they're grammatically speaking the same. Like, I get it, which is why I think it's important for like gacha veterans like me to go out there and make videos educating people on, teaching people about how gacha games used to be. This is what they were like, and this is how different they are these days. Blah 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 blah. Basically, just show the youngins the ropes, right? Show them around the gacha factory and let them know how to work the mines. But a combination of that not happening and then Genshin being the biggest gacha game in the world, it's like, well, weird shit can happen, and people can come up with all sorts of weird ass fucking, mentalities and mindsets and shit like that. It's like, it's so strange. Some people out there just seem to be totally incapable of being able to be like, but what if I use a different character? Like, what if I didn't play top tier? Anyways. You do know some whales, they're grinding Stygian Onslaught like crazy. Not for the rewards, they do suck, but it's simply for the challenge. The rewards almost don't even matter. I forget if it was you, Ipsum, who mentioned this before, but somebody in my YouTube chat was saying that like a lot of maybe not a lot, but quite a few whales out there actually really really love Stygian Onslaught because finally it's a game mode like that's worthy of them going hard on, right? Hard on. It's the whole like finally a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary, or wherever that fucking meme comes from. I think from the Kung Fu Panda movie, right? But yeah, I think somebody else said that. Maybe it was you actually. But yeah, and that's really great to see. People are playing that endgame mode, not even for the rewards. Fuck the rewards. They just want to play because it's like, oh my god, it's actually like a game mode that I actually can't just fucking blast out my fucking computer monitor in like half a second with all my C6 characters. Wow. Finally. A worthy opponent. So yeah, like that sort of mentality is good in my opinion. I'm just hoping that, the free-to-play players and, like, the non-whale players can also adopt a similar mentality of, oh, hey, or, like, maybe the inverse of that mindset of, oh, if Spiral Abyss is too easy and you want to give yourself a challenge, then give yourself a challenge. Restrict your fucking lineups. Change your gear. If you can, that is. Go out of your way to make the gameplay interesting instead of just sitting on your ass all day bitching about how, Hoya won't give us more endgame content. How would you fucking make your own endgame content then? But, you know, maybe that's a bit too much to ask out of fucking gacha players. Let me turn on my ceiling fan. It's getting kind of stuffy in here. Anyways, I just wanted to get that out of the way, just get that off my chest first before continuing on.
Like having Natla mechanics old units just can't do. Having the theater mode only let you bring in certain elements aside from all the characters you got. These are tactics to make you pay for more characters. They are making a problem and selling you the solution. If those Natla mechanics could be done by any character, and if you could bring in your normal roster for the theater game mode, these things wouldn't inherently change. They'd remain the same, but Hoyo gets less money doing it that way. Now, to be clear, I'm not theater game
Hold
mode.
up, let me rewind that part. And listen to what he said again.
Having the theater mode only let you bring in certain elements aside from all the characters you got. These are tactics to make you pay for more characters. They are making a problem and selling you the solution. If those Natla mechanics could be done by any character, and if you could bring in your normal roster for the theater game mode, these things wouldn't inherently change. They'd remain the same, but Hoyo gets less money doing it that way. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying Genshin needs to become a paid-only game. God, no. The fact you get this much content in the game for the price of 0 is objectively amazing. Being a gacha helps make that a reality. But this video is about shortcomings in gameplay of gacha games, and Genshin has a lot of shortcomings because of it being a gacha. Like tying new systems or cool shit to something only recent characters you have to swipe for can do. Like how Natlan characters fix the exploration being asked by having their own vehicles they can summon that other characters can't. As it expands, Genshin is...
Sunil can't be serious about that, right? Is Sunil another one of those exploration power creep retards? Well, I'm not trying to call Sunil retarded there, but I hope he doesn't actually think that, you know, the Natlan character is like power crept exploration in Genshin. I genuinely hope he isn't one of those people, but we'll move on from that.
Is getting more interesting, albeit game modes, exploration, enemies, and bosses, but to really engage with and have as much fun as you can with that, you need to swipe. Which does always exist in gachas. If you want to use the new fun characters, you gotta pay. But some of them help that by being very generous, and Genshin... God no, it doesn't even come close. The progression of the game and its systems leaves behind players that do not have the units to engage with it, so it ends up being hell for free-to-plays that don't play every day or returning players. It sucks. I think Genshin's becoming more interesting in places I thought it was lacking, like combat and your traversal through the world, but it being a gacha game and having these changes tied intimately to who you have on your account is holding it back. But shifting gears, let's instead talk about a game that's done the opposite of that. Has had its
before he goes into the next section, sorry for constantly stopping and fucking yapping for like 30 minutes at a time. The only thing I want to say to that, or the only thing I want to add to that, say to that? I don't know, whichever one you're comfortable with. I believe Sunil mentioned something about like how, you know, oh, if you're a free to play who does, and you, or if you don't like play every day or some shit like that. Again, I come from an era of gacha games where, well, I mean, in most gacha games, you can't really, both new age and old school gacha games, most gacha games you can't really expect to get every single fucking character if without spending any money at all. So technically, I was about to say, like, I come from an era of gacha games where, you know, you can't realistically roll for every single fucking character out there. But now that I think about it, you know, that doesn't really, you know, me coming from fucking 2017 gacha games doesn't really make a difference in that respect. So I guess what I should say is that gacha games are designed to be played every day. Right, it's the reason why most gacha games have dailies, like in some way, shape, or form, right? It's the reason why gacha games have stamina systems to incentivize, or maybe if you're cynical like Sunil is here, to bait players into playing every single day, right? And the reason why they do that is because it's for the money. The more often you play a gacha game, the more justified you can, the more you can justify to yourself, eventually, cracking and falling to the pressure of like spending on gacha and eventually, popping your free to play cherry and starting to spend money. Because as long as if MiHoYo can, if any gacha game can get you to spend at least some amount of money, right? That means they've won. Right? They've done their job. They've made money from you. Well, as long as you don't, as long as you decide you decide not to charge it back, of course. But most people don't. So like, gacha games are designed to be played every single day, and even then, right? For most gacha games, I would say you still can't expect to get every single fucking character. And it sucks. I wish it weren't that way. I hope that, it's part of the reason why I keep playing gacha games, because I want to observe like how gacha games evolve over time. So I can bear witness to that, and eventually gacha games will get to a point where they're almost indistinguishable from normal games. Well, maybe that's a bit too far. Gacha games will always be very distinct from normal games. I don't think that'll change. But the closer that gacha games can get to being normal games, as in like there's not nearly as much FOMO as there are in gacha games these days, right? You're not under pressure to roll for specific characters, to build specific teams, just to tackle certain endgame modes, right? Ideally, the perfect gacha game, or at least some of its qualities that it should have, are you can just play whoever you want, right? Maybe you don't have to feel the need to, maybe you're not forced to feel the need to play meta every single fucking time, right? You can go out of your way to play every single character, because all the characters in the game are at least like of similar, power status or whatever. They might do some things different from each other, but at the very least, you shouldn't have to feel bad about, playing one character just because and worry about, oh, are they really bad or not, right? Ideally, in an ideal world, gacha games would be like that. But we don't live in that world yet. Eventually, I hope we do. But gacha games still have a long way to go. And until then, this is what we have to deal with. So again, it's definitely a mindset thing, right? Like I'm not, again, let me be clear. I'm gonna repeat myself here. I'm gonna repeat what I said earlier, like an hour ago. I'm not saying this to make excuses for gacha games. I would love for gacha games to be more like normal games, where like, yeah, you should be able to use whoever you want and not have to worry about, oh my god, I'm missing out on so much damage, right? I'm not running meta or some shit like that, right? I wish that eventually gacha games can get to the point where, as long as you play every day, right? As long as you grind, the gacha game in question rewards you with enough gems to roll every single character in the game. Like, I yearn for the day that we can see that turn into a reality. Or I yearn for the day when a gacha game comes out where it really does do that. But until then, this is what we have to work with, Like, understand that this is how gacha games work, and if you don't like it, then I'm not. Well, I did tell people earlier to maybe consider quitting gacha games. Not even consider, they should quit gacha games. But if you still want to play gacha games anyway, like at the very least, understand that that's how these games work. That's how these kinds of games work. And you and I, none of us here is going to be able to change that fact. So work with what you got. And in case, what you have right now is not enough to clear like some sort of endgame mode or whatever, let that be a motivating factor for you to, plan ahead. Be like, oh, I can't clear this rotation of Spiral Abyss, for example. Or I can't clear Theater because I didn't have enough, like, for example, I don't know, Hydro characters built. Well, let that be a motivating factor for you, right? Let that motivate you to plan ahead for your account. Be like, okay, I need this, this, and this, right? And let that be a motivation for you to sit down and do some research about your account, right? Who do you need? Which characters do you think you'll need, right? Take a look at your gacha's upcoming schedule, or like, you know, take a look at a few leaks if you need to here and there, right? To get an idea of, you know, oh, this character's gonna come out soon. Maybe I can consider rolling for them. Maybe they'll help my account, right? Like, that's how you're supposed to go about playing gacha games, instead of sitting here and complaining about how, you know, oh, gacha games are so unfair, yada yada yada. Because, I mean, again, if you want to waste your time doing that, you know, it's a free country. I'm an American. I believe in freedom. And I live in a fucking free country. But at the same time, you know, I do think there's a better use for your time. And, you know, part of that involves maybe considering playing other games that aren't gacha games. But that's just me.
Has had its characters go beyond the original scope of the game and make it lose part of its identity. Punishing Grey Raven. I'm not gonna lie, it actually kinda hurts to say this about the game because I still think it's really fucking good, but the game evolved into a weird way where the combat became flashier, but worse to me. When the game first dropped, the characters were more simple in their moveset. The hits weren't any grand spectacle, and you needed to be on point with dodging and parrying. You had stuff to build towards when it came to their core passive, and the characters felt a bit different in how they approached combat, but as time passed on in the game and the units progressed, it became iframe simulator. A lot of the new frames would have large swaths of times where they couldn't get hit. Like, for example, Stigmata's hold left click after you pop her first ult. During all of this, she cannot be hit. Stuff like this, where I'm just attacking and not being able to get hit back, became the norm. There used to be a point where dodging and parrying were big focuses of the game, but as time passed, I just ended up going into a fight, following the rotation, and not really worrying about what the fuck the enemy was doing during that, because it's not like the jackass could hit me anyway. Some bosses circumvented this, like the parry ball, to where if you wanted to be optimal, you needed to, well, parry the ball, but a lot of the ones for Phantom Pain Cage, I just never interacted with and spammed out my invulnerability moves because that's what was optimal. Like, on paper, you can still hear why so many people love the game. The character kits are interesting, they feel fairly differently from each other, moves are flashy, bosses are cool, but it gets reduced a lot because I have the power of God protecting the anime waifu whenever she wants to be flashy and look at the camera. So I ended up not caring about what the enemy was doing and just did what guide said was the optimal way to play the character or team. Because even if the boss is popping the fuck off and throwing out some fucking attacks like Rodon, the fuck does it matter when that shit has the lethality of a gust of wind against my character that's spending half the fight invulnerable? So it got to the point where all I did in the fights was just what was optimal on paper. The only thought I really put into the boss was what element they were weak to. And I want to make one thing clear about my thoughts. Rotations inherently are not the problem. Having a set of things you do in combat to be optimal isn't a bad thing. It's just the absence of interacting with the game that gets boring. Like, for example, and this may be an extreme example, Final Fantasy XIV. Now, I know what you're going to say, a bit hard to compare the combat when in PGR you only use a couple of buttons for your input, and in Final Fantasy XIV you alternate between your entire fucking keyboard. Which is why I want to say, for the purposes of this example, throw the fucking keyboard out, right? Just imagine when it comes to this game, you're controlling your rotation using a fucking automaton. Just imagine the buttons you gotta press in the game are as boiled down to a simple 1, 2, 3. Even if that was done, the game wouldn't get boring because you still need to interact with the bosses. You still need to know what they're going to be doing in the fight. Even though what you're doing on your end is simple, paying attention to them is what shakes up the combat, especially considering how they all play differently. But if you get to ignore them and hit up a highlight reel on their dying body, it gets boring eventually. Yeah, I'm not saying the enemies in PGR have to be mechanically complicated, I'm just saying the game has progressed from a point to where it doesn't feel like the enemy you fight matters, while in the past, you had to generally think about actually interacting with them. And the big worry is that since the characters you roll for have so far been incredibly flashy and spam out iframes, if the new ones you roll for don't do that, then they will be seen as worse. If they try to reduce it with newer characters, people are going to be mad that the new ones they've released are worse than the older characters, which PGR is unique with, because yes, that does mean people are asking for power creep, but the player base is fine with power creep because you can get every character in the game for free, not even exaggerating. So hearing that is a little weird from the outside perspective, but it's the norm for PGR because new units have been consistently power creeping older ones. But each character going more over the top than the last brought us to the current point where bosses don't feel too interactive. Which is where I gotta compliment Wuthering Waves, because as of now, I feel like the game doesn't have that. What you aim to do with your characters is like PGR, the kits are interesting and the characters play differently. There's more to combat than just pressing a few buttons and swapping out. But there also isn't the mass and vulnerability spam to you to where you can just ignore the enemy. You need to build what your character is looking to accomplish before you swap them out as you're dodging the enemy. And at the extreme, the hologram endgame mode has the enemies hitting you once and you fucking exploding. So you gotta pay attention, and as you're doing that, you need to make sure you're following the optimal rotation for your character. At its best, you're dodging what the boss is throwing at you, and in the windows of vulnerability, it has you building whatever resource you need to do on that character, like putting stacks of frazzle on the boss with Phoebe, and you're not able to ignore the fight as you spend most of it unable to get hit. Now, that's not to say this system is perfect. After all, some fights and combat events aren't really challenging, so it can make the combat feel very samey when you're not getting pushed. And the team building is pretty lackluster, but it does have the strength of making you, the player, interact with the gameplay. And if the gacha is known for their action, it does that the best. But those are some of the problems being a gacha.
I can't speak on his comparisons that he made with PGR or Final Fantasy 14 because I don't play either of those games. I'll let you guys be the judge of that. I do question because if I'm not mistaken, Suna was talking about the Wuwa gameplay in a good way, right? I wasn't misinterpreting that. Like he was using his Wuwa gameplay here to like what to exemplify like his message that like he wants gacha gameplay to involve you having to interact with a boss or something. I don't. If that's what he means, and I'm assuming for the moment that I'm not like misconstruing his words here, I don't know how much of that really applies to Wuwa. I mean, he even said it himself, like toward like level 7 or level 8 hologram attack hologram fights. They touch your DPS character once, not named Cartathia, and they just kind of like explode. That's not really interaction to me. Like, maybe I have a skill issue, but I've never really liked bosses that, like, have the potential to, like, one-shot you. I mean, I guess technically you could call that interaction, but it's very trashy interaction to me. So, yeah, I don't know how much I buy this, the stuff he's talking about with Wuwa in particular. I can't, obviously, like I said earlier, I can't comment on, what he was talking about in PGR or Final Fantasy 14, but assuming that I wasn't misinterpreting what he was saying about Wuwa's gameplay, I don't know how good of an example that was, to be honest with you. Holograms are easy if you know their movesets. I mean, that certainly helps, yeah. For someone like me who has a massive skill issue with these sorts of action RPG games, obviously I still might have trouble even if I know everyone's attacks, but it would certainly make it a lot easier. That's for sure. Shush rat? Where's the rat? Oh, there he is. To nobody's surprise, he has a Wuthering Waves name. Alright. Get your ass back to St. Tontus' chat, retard. Go suck his dick some more. Also, comparing Final Fantasy 14 and MMO to a gacha game is kind of a Monka take. Even if it's just like mechanics of bosses. There are some ways where gacha games are similar to MMOs. Like I've even said before that I think the closest genre to gacha games as a whole are MMOs. But yeah, if we're talking about gameplay, then yeah, I think that that comparison is also kind of suspect. Yeah, because like we already explained before that gacha games are meant to be casual. And so, like, unless you have a gacha that's specifically meant to be, like, a hardcore game, or, like, its mechanics are, like, pretty, like, you need to spend some time learning their mechanics, like fucking FGO, for example, or hell, even Arknights, most gacha games are designed to be hella casual. So yeah, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about the whole fucking Final Fantasy 14 comparison, but I'm not gonna dwell on that too much because again, I've never played any MMO, so I'm not the greatest judge for that. Didn't I finish all six World 6 levels? What, me? For Tech Hologram? I think I have yet to do the Kelpie one. I don't think I completed that one. I think I finished like the first 4 or 5 or something like that, but haven't gone all the way up to like level 8 or whatever the highest level is. I mean, the whole artifact system was copied from Korean. I mean, I'm sure like gear grind like that has been a thing for fucking ever. I don't know I don't know if they came specifically from like Korean MMOs. I mean, maybe you could be right. You could be right. Not sure. Kelpie's pretty easy if you know what Melvin. Well, I know that yeah, Kelpie is like basically a reskin of Memphis. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. So you've played some hardcore MMOs. They can't attract even anywhere near the crowd that casual gotchas can. But yeah, of course, because MMOs are hardcore by nature, and you can only have so many people play that sort of thing. Yeah, especially MMOs. Jesus, like you have to be a certain type of player to play MMOs. Not only that, but I also feel like over time, like different genres of games come and go. Like I'm old enough to remember back in the day when RTSs used to be super popular, right? If you guys, for any of you boomers in my chat, you know, you got if you guys were into like real time strategy games, you guys should remember like back in the heyday of RTS where everyone used to play, all the gamers played shit like Command and Conquer and StarCraft Brood War and Warcraft 3 and all the classic RTS games, right? And then I'm pretty sure MMOs had their era too, with like the rise of World of Warcraft and other MMOs that sprung up to take advantage of WoW success and shit like that, right? Video game genres do come and go, so I'm sure that has something to do with it too. Terra, goddamn, I haven't heard that name in God knows how long. Stormgate will bring it back. Yeah, sure it will. Copium. Breathe deep. Breathe in that copium deep. MMOs were made to, were designed for players to play them literally 24/7. Yeah, pretty much. Mm-hmm. If somebody told you you can't leave your house for 5 years or you die, you just download several MMOs. True, true. That'll occupy you real good. Yeah, let me finish up the rest of the video. There's only about like 2 more minutes left.
The player interact with the gameplay, and if the gacha is known for their action, it does that the best. But those are some of the problems being a gacha causes the gameplay, either the progression of the meta making old content feel boring, having new interesting game modes and enemies invalidate older units, or having the strength of your characters progress in a way to where the original feel for the game is lost. I think that's why people judge the gameplay for the model so harshly. Now, are these problems world ending? Not really. The games are still fun to play. Genshin still brings in millions, PGR is still fucking raw as hell, Arknight still keeps the game incredibly fresh even with power creep. FGO, you play it for the story. But more importantly, if you enjoy these games, that's
it's ironic because I think FGO has the best gameplay out of all the games. So that tells me that Suno doesn't really play FGO that much. Not trying to be like elitist about it, but personally, I think that FGO's gameplay is by far the most interesting. I will say that I'm definitely biased when I say that because FGO is my personal favorite game, and I know the most of FGO out of all the gacha games that I play. So I highly doubt that Sunil knows what he's doing at FGO. At least not when you compare him to someone like me or even to other FGO, like dedicated FGO YouTubers out there, like who make like challenge quest content and TA runs and shit like that. So I'm not surprised that Sunil doesn't really think very highly of FGO's gameplay. To be fair, FGO doesn't teach jack shit about its own gameplay, but you know, if you take the time to learn it, then you know, I think it becomes a different story. But I don't know if Sunil is really even that interested. Anyways.
All that matters, because at the end of the day, fixing some of these problems is complicated. Like, if you wanted to preserve old content, then you need to restrict what players can bring into it, which would piss people off. And in the case of PGR, I don't even know how the fuck you would fix that. Only way is to just not get into that position at all. A big thing is that to fix some of these problems, it requires the game to stop
Did he
being
show
a gacha,
Ether
which
Gazer
would be considerably
gameplay? What the
worse,
hell was that?
as that monetization model enables these games to have large number of players able to enjoy it for free. So in a sense, it's sorta a necessary evil. On one hand, are these criticisms correct? I'd say yeah. On the other, would the game be able to support this many free players with a different live service model? Probably not. Like, I'm willing to bet 70% or so of the people who are going to watch this video are either free to play or don't really spend much in these games. And to fix some problems, adopting a model of game that isolates 70% of people, like becoming subscription based or expansion based, is considerably fucking worse than dealing with the problems. So that's why
No, I wasn't talking about NT. I was talking about a different game, but whatever. Don't worry about it.
I want to say some of them are avoidable, others were primarily done by greed, and some are inevitable. But it's part of the reason why gachas ain't known for their gameplay compared to other genres. Instead, they're known for the speedrun categories of how fast you can max out a credit card.
Okay, since I've already been reacting to this for quite a while, let me wrap this up by saying this. After listening to this video, again, I wanna emphasize that I do understand that. I think at the beginning of the video, Sunil mentioned that he was intentionally trying to be this video's his own video's hater, or something like that. I don't know. He was like playing some kind of devil's advocate or something. However, I think I have to agree with that one guy in my YouTube chat who said that this dude, Sunil, reminds him a lot of Taboro and the way they both talk about games. Sunil does come off as somebody who's looking at gacha games and expecting like normal games out of them, right? He sounds like somebody who came from a normal game background and then he's like, oh my god, gacha games aren't actually normal games. Normal games. Oh my god, what a surprise. I guess it kind of makes sense that both, apparently, if this is true, both Sunil and Taboro started playing gacha games with Arknights as their first gacha. In which case, boy oh boy, are they fucking spoiled. And I don't mean that just to sound condescending. It's like, damn, you started with the best of the best, so it was only ever going to be downhill from here, huh? I think I just got some deja vu. I'm pretty sure I said that about Taboro too. Juicy video overall. Yeah, I get the same. I get a very similar vibe listening to this as I did from Taboro's video, just without the sense that Sunil is a fucking elitist like Taboro is. Like, Taboro can go fuck himself with his elitism. Here, Sunil is he's pretty chill about it. For the most part anyway. So I do think that I do get the vibe that Sunil wants gacha games to become more like normal games. Or maybe that's the thing that he was trying to like, I don't know, discuss. Maybe he himself doesn't really want that necessarily. I mean, at the end of the video, he did acknowledge that, you know, gacha games are gacha games, and, you know, sure, some of the things they do are fucking scummy, but if they didn't do that, then would they be as successful as they are now? Obviously, probably not. So he at least does give credit where credit is due. He's not nearly as fucking one-sided as that Taboro fucking idiot, or that fucking Taboro elitist. So, gonna head out. All right, hey, thanks for hanging out, Fals. I'll probably end the stream here myself too, because I've already been streaming for about almost 4 hours. So, Need to keep the streams on the shorter side for the weekdays. Gotta say though, when you first played Genshin, you were like, "That's a gacha game." I mean, you're like me, King of Gacha, where we've been playing gachas for a while. We know what gacha games were like before Genshin. So because of that, when Genshin came out, we were like, "Oh my god, this is a fucking gacha game! Like, how the fuck?" Yeah, we had a completely different point of view because we've seen what gacha games are like, or were like, technically are like, even before Genshin came out, right? Like, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that a lot of these gacha content creators talk as if, like, oh my god, like, they expect more out of Genshin Impact and these other bigger games, which, to be fair, they should. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. These are all good points that, gacha games are still not perfect, and so the more we urge developers to improve their models or whatever, their gacha models or whatever the fuck, the more likely that they'll deliver a product that's, as fair, that's more fairer to the average player than they are now. And so, the more we just got to keep, discussing this shit and making sure that developers understand that, or at least, hopefully they do. But yeah, at the same time, it's like if your first gacha game was Genshin, or at the very least one of the big four gachas, and you've never played any other gacha, I mean, Sunil's better than most, where he actually does play Arknights and some other gacha games, even FGO, though I question how much of FGO he's actually played. I'm assuming a decent bit, considering he has Morgan, Bao, and Castoria, and he was able to do a fucking advanced quest. Though, to be fair, I don't know what the level requirement is for unlocking advanced quests. The fact of the matter is that I want to say he hasn't been. Well, I'm gonna come off as a kind of an asshole saying this, but he hasn't been playing gacha games for as long as me, or for as long as some of you guys in chat have. So it's like I can kind of hear that from this video. Again, just like in Toboro's video, Sunil's video brought up some very good points, right? But a lot of what he discussed here was like, well, if y'all played gacha games before Genshin, you would already know this, but y'all don't, and it's kind of obvious that you don't. But that's okay, because, that's why people like me exist. When, like, gacha veterans, gacha gods, even, if you want to go that far. That's why we exist, to teach people that, hey, this is how gachas are like. They used to be even worse. You should be thankful that, Genshin has changed quite a few things for gacha games as a genre since then. But, at the same time, I also agree that gacha game, like, that we should expect more out of gacha game gameplay. Like, it should be better. It should be more than just, fucking rock, paper, scissors, I win, you lose. If you don't have what you need, then fucking go pay $100 for a pack and try, lose your coin flip for them. It definitely needs to be more than that. But, that's the easy part. The easy thing to do for most gacha content creators out there is to point out all the flaws about gacha games and how they're portrayed, or how they work these days. The hard part, and the thing that most of them can't do, or either don't want to do or can't do, is to show people or to explain to people how gacha games used to be before Genshin Impact came out. Like, how much fucking worse they used to be. And how, if you were to play some of the older gacha games, maybe you'd start looking at Genshin Impact a bit differently. Or not even just Genshin, but just the other big four gacha games as a whole. But like you said earlier, you can't force it, and you gotta let it evolve by itself. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, developers need to strike a balance between what they want to do for their game and like how to monetize their game properly, but also take player feedback into account where they come up with like a really fun gameplay system that challenges the player and makes things interesting for them, right? I think personally the best combination of like gameplay aspects is it like an ideal gacha should be easy to pick up, right? Very casual friendly, easy to pick up and play, right? Most of the game's content, gameplay, story, whatever, doesn't demand that much, right? Sometimes you can have fights where, oh, you better know what you're doing, but it's not gonna like beat you over the head like fucking FGO does a lot of the time. However, I think that it should have a casual story mode, but also it should have a much more in-depth like side modes or end game modes where like you can play modes or maps or whatever where it's a lot more interesting and it's like actually fun doing them, right? And while we're on this topic, the end game modes aren't just, fucking circle jerk DPS checks where it's all about, oh, can you just do as much damage as you can? And it's something a little more interesting than them and, maybe mix it up a little bit. Like maybe you can have one game mode that is a straight up a simple enough DPS check, but hey, what about a defensive mode or like a survival mode where instead of killing all the enemies, though if you can kill them, that's fine too. But in case you can't, that's fine because the main objective is just to survive, right? Because if you give players an endgame mode like that, where the main objective is just to survive, and you don't have to worry about killing enemies as much, then obviously that makes for a very different gameplay loop. Or a different gameplay experience, not a loop. Gameplay experience. Sorry, wrong word. So yeah. Sometimes you feel like Suno wants more gachas to be like, to me, more like the anomaly that is Limbus from his other videos. I'm assuming you've watched a couple more of Suno's videos. Maybe you're more familiar with him as a content creator than I am. I'm surprised if that is true, I'm surprised he puts Limbus on that high of a pedestal, considering apparently I've been told you can just basically win rate like 99% of the game. I feel like he'd have a problem with that, but maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I don't play Limbus Company myself, so maybe that was an exaggeration. Just being able to, hit win rate and, auto through like 99% of the game. Maybe it's only like 90% or something. You wouldn't call Limbus easy? Well, me neither. Whenever I look at Limbus Company gameplay, to this day, I still have no idea what the fuck is going on. Nobody calls Limbus easy. Oh, then what are with all the memes of people saying that, oh, just win rate? Only in MD and farming stages where you can do that, where you just press win rate and just let the game auto. Oh, okay. You're playing Limbus right now, and all you do is press P plus enter. I'm assuming that must be the hotkey for win rate. That makes me kind of curious, actually. I wonder if since apparently Suno thinks so highly of Limbus, I kind of wonder if he's ever played the other Project Moon games. Like, I wonder if he's played or even beaten Library of Ruina or, God forbid, Lobocorp. But anyways, that's enough of that. He has. Oh yeah, then he's a. If he actually has played and beaten either Lobocorp or Ruin or even both, hell, that'd be impressive. Then yeah, that makes sense then. That's actually exactly where he came from. Oh damn, all right. But I mean, I guess my speculation that Sunil comes from like a quote unquote normal gamer background. Well, if you've ever played Lobocorp or even beaten it at all, then you're no longer a fucking normal gamer. I'm gonna just say that much. Because I watched Lakari play through both Lobocorp and Library of Ruin, and goddamn, I have no idea what the fuck was going on. But yeah, I guess it's safe to assume that who is it, Sunil comes from like a game, like a maybe not normal game background, but a non-gacha gamer background. Most of the time you do press win rate, but sometimes it does fuck you over, so you have to lock in and actually try. Okay, well, if I ever get around to playing Limbus Company, I guess I'll find that out for myself. Ruin isn't that hard. Well, Ruina, I think, apparently Ruina is quite similar to Limbus, just like a more difficult version of Limbus Company, I think. Lobocorp is experience, and but yeah, the management sim from hell. From what I saw from like an explanation video that keeps popping up on my recommended. But yeah. Anyways, chat, I gotta go right now, because it's already been God knows how long, or I've been reacting to this shit for God knows how long. So yeah, that was good. That was a good watch. So just in summary, yeah, or not game. The video was quite good. I mean, Sunil was. I don't think Sunil said anything that I would have like egregiously disagreed with. I just think there were some points that I either wanted to clarify or just some more footnotes that I wanted to add on my own, just to make things more clear, I suppose. But yeah. All right. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. For the short weekday stream as usual. Since we started doing this yesterday. So yeah. I will see you guys hopefully same time tomorrow. Same time tomorrow? So yeah. Good react. I think tomorrow maybe I'll start on the Genshin summer events, because I think at this point I think I only have like over a week left. Maybe even less than a week. God damn, I'm gonna have to check the time limit on that. But yeah. Hopefully we'll see you guys all back here tomorrow. Same time tomorrow. I think I was on the GFL2 directory this entire time. I probably should change to like just chatting or something. But oh well, whatever. But yeah, take care, everybody. Let me see if I have anybody to raid on the Twitch side of things. Fobmaster is streaming. Then again, I already raided his ass quite a few times. Back when he was still in China, I think. So I think next I will raid Mr. Slice. He's streaming right now. What's he streaming? Star Rail? Oh, he's right. He's fucking doing his Heislands pulls. So go check out his channel. Tell him I said what's up, and hopefully he has some good luck running for Heislands, or it's either he's doing his own polls or he's doing viewer polls or something. Summer event's a lot of fun. Oh, okay. Well, looking forward to it then. But yeah, take care, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night, and we'll see you guys here tomorrow.